Hi again. It's me, Luke, and my schizopop. Um, so another part of snapshot of the mind. I decided that it will be named like that. Snapshot of the mind. It's continuation of documentation of my life in general. So on this in these videos I'm answering some questions, philosophical questions, which I'm asking myself based on website Conversations Starters World. So snapshot of the mind. I've tried to name like that my my fan page, Ratz, Ratz.com, snapshot of the mind. But Facebook didn't allow me to do it, so I named only. This will be a series of these interviews with myself. Of course, you can ask a question as well, but it will be named Snapshot of the Mind, because it's a kind of snapshot of the mind, because I'm documenting how I'm reacting to some questions, and this is I don't know this next question, so it's totally random and unpredictable for me. So I don't know these questions. I finished. There's 202 philosophical questions on this website, and I finished answering 155. It was last. How should we measure the productivity of society? And I answered that it should be measured by some scientific progress. Yeah, because I'm scientist. My identity is I'm scientist. So science is giving answers, not religions or anything like that, not philosophy, just science. And I'm transhumanist or post-humanist, because people are not perfect, and we can make our bodies better to sustain our consciousness for longer and to suffer less, and so on. So this is my identity, and from which I am creating answers, based on which I am creating some answers. But if you have any question, you can ask them. So next question, and of course my English isn't perfect, so I will be struggling to express my opinions like that, but I'm doing it to practice many skills at once. So first of all, to practice English, second of all, to practice to not be so anxious when it comes to making videos and artworks in general. So I'm working with myself like that. So if you want to ask some questions, just be supportive because I will not answer any stupid questions. I will not answer aggressive questions and so on. You will, if you are supporting it, that's okay, that's great. We can have conversation. But if you are a troll, just fuck off. Okay. So I'm starting answering these questions as usually. I'm open, as I said, to any question which will appear on my Facebook. and this is for future. If you want to ask some questions, just write to me direct message, or write this question on my fan page. I can answer it. And so it's only a play, let's say, but I'm treating it quite seriously, because I think that people in general are neglecting this opportunity that they can document their life, and this is amazing opportunity which our technology, contemporary technology, is giving to all of us, and only a few is answering this kind of questions. So it's not only creating history, in which I am not so interested, but it's creating some crazy opportunities when it comes to machine learning and artificial intelligence. And I think that if you are documenting in your life in high resolution, you can based on that you can create your avatar. Simply you can recreate algorithms which are creating you yourself. So I really believe that. Of course, those are extremely complicated algorithms, just like our brain is very complicated, complex, and we don't know how it works at this moment. But based on this kind of answers, we can say a lot. We can imagine what potential answers to questions which never been asked could be answered, because there is some profile of personality and so on. So anyway, it's a play, and I'm just doing it for fun, to kill some time. Okay, so question 156. What would utopia be like? How would it function and continue to exist? To be honest, I don't know how to answer this question. Utopia. My perfect utopia would be that we would merge with the machines and become godlike creatures, which are deciding how their shape looks like, how their minds looks like, and so on. So total freedom. My perfect utopia is total freedom, morphological freedom, total freedom of choice, and so on. So it's not possible at this moment. I don't know if it's possible at all, but I think that it's probable that we can evolve in this direction, that will merge with machines, and we will become we will become one with machines, or machines will become more like biological machines, will be inspired by biology, and they will merge with us more tightly, more strongly. So this is my utopia. My utopia is like cosmism utopia, just that we are godlike creatures merged with machines, and later we are evolving enough fast pace in the direction of total freedom, of total mind, of hyper intelligence, and so on. So this is my utopia. 157. Do you think there will ever be a global government? If a world government did come to power, assuming it wasn't particularly cruel or evil, would it be a good or bad thing? I think it's inevitable. I mean, we have to do it anyway, because we've got global problems, and polarization of societies will lead us to war only. So it's not a good solution to create divisions, and we have to think as a one species, as a one planet, as a whole society, especially in the time of internet and global connection. So yeah, it's we have to do it to solve our problems. If some governments are not following what scientists are saying about global warming, for example, and they are creating the problem. So if one government is not following this proposed solutions, it will be always a problem. So we have to be united when it comes to this decision making, because we'll have a huge problem in the future. Not me, for example, personally, but our kids, let's say. Yes. What is the best threat to the social contract in our country? It's probably American website. What is the best threat? Okay. What is the biggest threat to the social contract in our country? The biggest threat is a lack of understanding of some groups of people, and if you've got huge disproportion of wealth, of income, and so on, there will be always polarizations. So it's a simple consequence of capitalistic society, and this is the biggest threat, because you've got army of poor people, half of society is starving, and only 1-2% are living in some dreamlike world where everything is possible. So this is, of course, not justice of any kind, and it will create a lot of problems. So this is the biggest threat to the social contract. So we can imagine that in this kind of society will be unstable if you got plenty of hungry people and a few which are governing this society, which are they've got everything they need. So its hierarchy is unstable. So 159. Is it more or less difficult to be successful in the modern world than it was in the past 10, 50, 100 or 1000 years ago? It's easier to be successful when there is not too many people around you. So now we've got 7 billion people on this world, and everyone has an access to global communication, and most of, okay, not all of us, but a lot of us. So this is highly competitive environment in which it's very difficult to be seen. So like, I'm an artist, so I'm judging it from my perspective. So there's so many talented artists which are making a lot of awesome art, and it's difficult to convince anyone that what you are doing is really worth of attention and so on, because for every artist there is 20 other very talented, more talented maybe artists, but I think that these proportions of let's say talents are mostly driven by money. So if you are seeing some artists on the web, if they are successful, it's because they are from rich family and so on. I really do think that it's a huge it has a huge impact on what artists are doing. Money. It's unpopular opinion, because you can imagine that those are some individual differences, but I don't believe that. Okay, so it's more and more difficult to be successful, not only in art field, but for example in science, because of this global communication, and because of amount of people, because with time problems become more complex. Simply, everything become complex when it comes to society and problem solving. But who knows? Maybe global communication will allow to be successful for many artists. But for now, I don't see it. I simply see that there is a huge disproportion of attention. Let's say that some people have got a lot of attention, and mostly because they are simply advertising themselves better, not because they are making so much better science or art. So what would okay, it was here 150. No, 160. Could societies exist without a way to transfer value, without money or a barter system? Could society exist without a way of transfer value? Societies exist before our contemporary society. And they were for short times without money, but it's probably convenient in some way to make this kind of digitalized value system, let's say. But this is not the best. There's not a good way to measure value of the people, of society, of group of people, and so on. I don't think that there is a good way to judge people, and because you never know what kind of contribution to society is better, and what kind of action is creating more value in consequence, because it's like you can't judge is it better to be a scientist or farmer, and they are equally important. It's impossible to judge. It's stupid. We shouldn't even try to do it because it's an injustice of some sort. So way of transfer value. Okay, I don't have solution for every problem which hi Tomasz. I don't have solution for every problem which exists, and I don't know how to solve the problem of money. But it's not just justice. What we can see around us. This is what I think about it. So, but I don't have any solution for that huge problem. What would happen if a maximum income what would happen if a maximum income of was implemented? What is this? This is some mistaking. What would happen if a maximum income? Let's try to translate it. Maybe it will make it more simple for me. Okay. What would happen if there would be limitation to maximum income? I don't know if there should be some limitation. I'm just, when it comes to this proportion of income, I'm just saying that if someone is making 1,000 times more money than you, it's simply not justice solution. Because poor people are starving, and you have so much wealth that you can feed simply thousands of people. So I don't think that it's a justice when you are seeing starving people and extremely rich people. Whatever you do, whatever impact on society you have, however brilliant scientist you are, or entrepreneur or something like that, it doesn't matter. You can have huge impact. You can be genius, godlike genius, but it's simply not fair that when people are dying and others are living in a dreamlike world. This shouldn't be like that. But I don't have solution for this problem. I am just an artist. Come on. Okay, what will the economy of wealthy countries look like in 50 to 100 years? Okay, let's follow the order of this event. Let's follow my previous thoughts. I hope that economy of wealthy countries will look like that. There will be redistribution of wealth, so that this half of Americans which doesn't have home and which are poor and so on will be with homes, with their own homes, and they will be fed well and so on. So redistribution of wealth. This is what should be done everywhere on the world. But I don't know, and so there is this perspective of automation, so people will not have to work so hard like farmers or people in factories, because there will be robots which will be doing all of that. So I'm standing for basic income. and people should rest if they can, because it's not it's simply, you can't tell that people have to work in their life. Just who invented that? People doesn't have to work, they have to only survive. But if it's very easy to make people survive, why should they work? But anyway, I think that working, there's no such thing as not working people. If you are talking with a friend, you are making some job, because you are exchanging informations and you are digesting these informations, so it's a kind of work. So and if you are making a video for Facebook or YouTube, you are making some kind of work for which you should be paid, and so on. If we are following this convention that everything is valued, we are value everything somehow. Anyway, we don't have to work. We can make robots work for us. I mean, physically work, because thinking is working as well. Okay, if all humans want, okay, what do you think the long-term effects of so many people being glued to their screens will be? The effect of using computers in general will be that we'll learn to solve problems more efficiently and more quickly, and so on. So this is first one, and this is the most important one, and I think it's all the time happening, that everything is going to be better because we can communicate faster and so on. So I see mostly benefits of that, but I see that people are more often alone, and they can't create real connections in real world. And this is psychological, sociological problem for sure. So we are more connected on this mind level. We are not connected in real life. So we are more and more, let's say, idealized creatures. We are more in this world of ideas and information, simply, not in a real world. So it could be great if there would be some culture of making virtual connections real. But I think that this kind of solutions are now starting to I mean, people are creating this kind of solutions. So first of all, you are person from online virtual life, and later you are meeting them in person, and it should be like that. But for now, it's only virtual for many people. What do you think the long-term effects of so many people being glued to their screens will be? Long-term effects, I think, will be merging with computers, simply. That computer screens will be in our glasses or contact lenses, and it will be more intuitive, faster connection, and we will learn to use it in more spontaneous way, and so on. So it's starting now that people are starting using this technology in more intuitive way, because we are constantly learning. So so it will be more organic, more natural for people to communicate using web, and this is the direction in which it should go. But anyway, it's energy consuming to run these computers, and this is problem of global warming all the time. So first of all, we have to create some renewable sources of energy, and then we can play in the virtual world to the end of our lives. And this hedonism is creating happiness for sure, for all of us. 164. If all humans want the same basic things, why is there so much violence and strife between people? Because not all of us can have all of this stuff. So in this way, I think virtual world is a huge benefit for people, because maybe you can't have everything, but you can have everything virtually. So virtual reality is an answer. So if there are wars, it's because they need something. If they can fulfill their needs by virtual world, it's an amazing development, and this is how it should be. If you are simply people which can't control themselves because of many reasons, and they can't control themselves, so they can't control their primitive needs, so biological needs, for example. And this is why we've got rapers or something like that. So if they can fulfill their needs online, in virtual world, that's perfect. This is the direction in which we should go. So wars are basically caused by unfulfilled needs. If we can fulfill these needs by virtual world, let's do it. There will be no wars anymore. So that's what I think about it. Let's get another one. If all humans want the same basic things, why is there so much violence and strife between people? Okay, it was this one. 165. Is the human tendency to create groups an overall positive or a negative trait in terms of general human flourishing? Yeah, in-group solidarity, and it's of course creating these wars, because we are seeing these outsiders as inhuman, simply like animals which we can kill, and it's fueled by religions, it's fueled by nationalisms, and it's very, very negative, of course. But at the same time, this is gluing our society in many ways. So if we've got emotions, we will create groups. That's how we are genetically programmed. So I think that's you can say if it's only negative or only positive. It has positive and negative sides. But if there is possible something like internet and global communication, I think it's possible that we overcome our every divisions and so on. But it will take time because people are learning very slowly. So when people in Poland learn something about homosexuality, they will stop bullying homosexuals simply. But of course, we need time for go out from the Middle Ages in Poland, for example. But it's inevitable that people will learn and understand finally. Okay, what would happen to society in which no one had to work and everyone was provided enough food, water, shelter, health care for free? Oh, okay. So this is the world to which we are going to which we are heading. We are heading there. Everything will be better. But it will be much better, happy world for sure. I don't think that people will stop working at all. That they will be only laying and drinking and smoking and fucking. I don't believe it's possible. People will be doing what they love to do. If I would not have to work, I would make art all the time. But nobody wants to pay for my art. Nobody knows why. Maybe some conspiracy theory about this. So I have to work. Yeah. Okay. 167. Is the cultural trend of individualism and the rejection of collectivism a beneficial or detrimental trend? I don't think that individualism and collectivism are excluding themselves. Just we can be I think that extreme individualism is helping to survive collectivism. What are the benefits of individuality? I think that benefits are mostly creativity. Individuality drives creativity, and creativity is driving society because you've got new solutions, simply. So the more individual and individualistic are people, and then the more creative solutions we can find, and it's good for all of us. Considering that 168, considering that the technology exists to enable a real democracy, would a true democracy, every single person can vote on every single legislation, be advantageous or detrimental? Yeah, that's the old problem of democracy. Of course, I think it will be it will be better if there is some kind of meritocracy within democracy, let's say, because nobody knows everything. So if you are a lay person and you are voting about abortion, you don't know numbers, how many girls are making abortion every year in a country. You don't know their personal stories of these girls, and you simply can't judge them. So you will make bad decision, and if you don't know these facts, you probably are driven by religion. So your choice will be biased, and biased choices are bad choices, but because they are creating suffering. Okay, 169. Considering that the technology exists to enable a real democracy, would a true democracy... Okay. It was this question, 169. If everyone said what they were actually thinking, what would happen to society? I don't know, let's try, maybe. I think that this kind of questions, we need experiments, and we have to test it, because we never lived in a society where everyone would tell only truth about this, what they are thinking. So people are always lying, so you don't know how it would be if they would not lie. So I don't know. I just think that saying what you are thinking is saving money, time, everything. It's if you are saying what you are thinking, and saving time is essential in our lives, because we don't have too much time in our lifetime. Okay. What are the benefits and drawbacks of diversity in society? Again, individuality and diversity are creating more. They are creating this situation where people are more creative and they are more free, so they are more happy, and they are more productive then, and they can then within this, because of this diversity, we can explore, let's say, space of solutions in a more efficient way. So the more diversity, the better, the more creative society. So, and it's based on a few books which I've read about creativity. Companies which are more diverse when it comes to staff are functioning better. Okay, let's... Under our government, are there any rights that you have but shouldn't? How about rights you don't have but should? Oh, I don't know law as good to answer this question. There should be true freedom of speech. There is no such thing in our society. There are always some consequences of what you are saying. There are often negative consequences, that you can't make money or something like that, and this is not direct punishment for saying what you are thinking. So and I think that freedom of speech should be absolute. So this is one of the rights which we don't have, which we've got officially, but we don't have unofficially, let's say. Something else. The same is with rights to move around the world. It's a human right, but we don't have this right for real. So immigrants experiencing limits of this kind, that they can't get to Europe, for example, from Africa or something like that. What is the most important right our government allows for? What is the most important right our government allows for? Yeah, freedom in general of thinking. So you can think whatever you want. You can talk about whatever you want. You can express your thoughts theoretically, of course. If you are officially expressing them, you can be punished by some roots of power, but some people with power. And this is the most basic and the most important freedom which we've got. Has social media been a net positive or negative for our society? Why? Still positive. I expressed why many times, why I think social media are great. So we know each other. We know each other better. We are exchanging informations faster. So it's beneficial for everyone. And I don't have to explain that. I think that people know it perfectly. 174. How would society change if men were able to get pregnant and men and women both had an equal chance of getting pregnant? So, because our societies are patriarchal mainly, men would get these rights which women don't have at this point, like for example equal income and so on and so on. So yep, I don't know. 175. Why have many societies begun to place such a high value on emotions and being emotional? Why have many societies begun to place such a high value on emotions and being emotional? To make our life comfortable, we have to respect our feelings. So if there is a goal of creating happy society, let's say, and most of societies probably would agree that this is the most important goal. Most of people agree about that. Then emotions are a very important variable in this complex equation, which is called society. So, but there are some rights which are, for example, in Poland, which are protecting religious so-called feelings, and nobody knows precisely what it is. So it's great to know that people are attached to some ideas in some so strong way that they can't leave them, that they can't logically argue about them. But emotions are not the most important, let's say. But okay, not every emotion is mature and the most important. To just, you can be totally delusional, you can be a madman, and do everyone care about what some attached to idea that he is a Jesus Christ person feel. We know that it's not Jesus Christ, so we don't care. And I don't think that we should care too much. So not every emotion is, let's say, equal. But it's complicated, again. So 176. Oh, there are some. I asked this question in one of the videos because I have been here. Is it right or wrong that everyone seems to be accustomed to the fact that all of humanity and most of the life on Earth could be wiped out at the whim of a handful of people? So I answered this question in one video. So I will not repeat myself. Of course, it's horrible that we used to it. 177. In an ideal government, what should a good citizen provide to the government, and what should that government provide that good citizen? I just don't think that there should be this division, government and citizen. Simply, people should governing themselves. So, if we can create society without government, it would be the best. I don't know the solution for that, but maybe some artificial intelligence should make this job, because there wouldn't be too much of biases, and there would be not privileged people and so on. I don't know. Just I mean, I don't think in categories like duty and that someone should do something. We shouldn't think about society like that. I don't think so. Everyone is free and should do whatever they want to do. Another one, 178. Should taxpayers have the option to explicitly say what they don't want their tax dollars spent on? As I said about democracy, we are not perfectly suited to judge what is the best way to spend money, probably. as well. So we don't know many problems, so deciding on what's our taxes are government is spending, I don't know. I don't know. This is a simpler answer. Just maybe it should be like that. That's part of your tax you can decide on which you are spending, on what government will spend this money. So half of your taxes goes to some charity which you choose, and half of your taxes is going in the direction government wants to go. So maybe this is solution. I don't know. That's another complex one. 179. Can a society exist without laws? I don't know. Probably it would be difficult, but for sure, law should be more elastic. It should be more human-like, simply. Maybe there shouldn't be a law, but there should be a way of judging people. So, like, it's not making a one person, but a group of people, and not necessarily based on law, but based on discussion of some sort. Maybe this is the solution. I don't know. And we used to be a part of society in a very much. All these questions are about society, and we are treating it like it's natural law that we are in society. It's not natural law. We are individuals. We are individual human beings. So it's not a natural law that there is a law and that there is a society. You can maybe think about some other model that people are living in a separation, and then they can do much more than within society. So society is a huge limitation of freedom in many ways. So I don't know if it's the best. So that's why I'm excited about virtuality, because virtuality is creating more freedom. So what you can't do in real life, you can do in a virtual life, and that's great. That's great. 180. Will humanity ever be able to escape tribalism and the creation of in and out groups? Should it? We know that it's very primitive mechanism. So we know that bonobo chimps or regular chimpanzees are creating groups as well. And this is automatic. But we've got this meta knowledge about it, so maybe we can go out from these templates of thinking in terms of group societies and nations and so on. We can work with that. We can do it, come on. But tribalism is bad because we are not objective then. This is the most important part. So if you are in a group, you think that you are better than other group and that you are truthful within this group, but it's not true, not always true. So it's better to know many perspectives and so on, if you want to know true answer, not subjective answer, or subjective, I mean group can be subjective as well, like religions, for example. Those are delusional people which think that they know better about some about everything, to be precise. So 181. How much privacy are you willing to sacrifice for safety? It's privacy. I'm giving up my privacy to make my art more visible, and then I'm not sure what the dangers of this are. This is I don't grasp the idea of privacy, to be honest. I mean, in many ways, it's better to have no privacy. But we will see what time will bring, and maybe I'll start to understand the need of privacy better. So I'm not feeling that I'm sacrificing my privacy. I don't know if I understand this question. How much privacy are you willing to sacrifice for safety? I think if we've got this open formula, we can in general feel more safety. Of course, it allows some other bad people to control our lives in some way, but of course I'm not a fan of model of governing the people like in China. Of course I'm not an advocate of this kind of solutions, but anyway, if you are a good person, you shouldn't be afraid of sacrificing your privacy. Okay. This video was fast because I think it's better to keep it short. So, snapshot of the mind. I don't know which video it was. Probably I made something like 7 of them, maybe 8, maybe something like that, and I will continue. It was question 181. I almost finished my tea, so it's a good moment to stop. And I will continue within few days, and I will answer another questions from this list. 202 philosophical questions, yes, 205 philosophical questions, and we will see what will happen in the future. So have a nice evening, people. Bye. Oh, gee. Hello everyone, again, me, Ratz, snapshot of the mind. another episode. So I'll answer some philosophical questions. As I am not a philosopher, I'm just a regular guy, which is documenting his life. So mind that fact that I'm just having some fun. So I finish on. Those are questions from the website conversationstartersworld.com. 205 philosophical questions. I already answered 182 questions. Of course, I'm not fully satisfied with my answers, because it would demand to write a book and truly deeply think about the subjects about which I'm talking. So I'm just intuitively responding like an automaton of some kind to these questions. So this is not very serious. Sometimes I'm not answering these questions because I disagree with them, or I think that they are asked in a wrong way. But anyway, so I finish on 181. So next one is 182. I'm posting link to these questions, so you can ask them to yourself, or you can just check what is it all about, and you can ask your questions if you want to. It's happened maybe once on this live streaming video. Anyway, the next question is 182, and it's how would the world change if there was an accurate measure of aptitude? So, if I don't believe in this kind of measures, why I don't believe that you can in a good way estimate what is more important in your life, what kind of skill is more important in your life. So brain can learn anything. Almost anything. So we can go out from this very elastic tool. So we've got this very elastic neuroplastic brain, which can change because of experience, and we can learn almost anything. We never know what will bring some breakthrough, what will be the next important thing next. So measurements of aptitude, I'm not a fan of them, because it's very uncreative endeavor, let's say. It's simply not rational. You can't do it, in my opinion. It's simply impossible, because the spectrum of possible kinds of intelligence and aptitudes and talents, it's so huge that you can't make a measurements of them, because you don't know about them anything. So how can you measure something which you don't know exists? So I simply think it's impossible. When it comes to maybe you can measure some parameters of the brain, but anyway, then you can't say that this kind of brains are better and this kind of brains are worse and so on. I simply don't believe it's a rational. It's rational to try to measure aptitudes. So I am against every measure which is well known in psychology to measure human potential. I don't believe it's rational. So of course you can measure if someone is better in playing chess, but you can never say that playing chess is better than playing football. And it's about, of course, practical skills, let's say. Practical. So you never know what is more important in real life. Anyway, next question. I simply think that we should allow total freedom when it comes to and a little bit more of chaos in our society when it comes to this kind of stuff. Simply, potentially everyone can do something, I don't know what, but can contribute somehow, in my opinion. So, next question. 183. Is hierarchy necessary for all successful human communities? No, I don't think that any I don't think that hierarchy is imprinted in our genome, let's say. I think it's a human construct, and it's a bad construct. And I think that we should avoid hierarchies simply because hierarchy creates a situation where when people have too much power, and power is a tool to make evil things in general. So let's make our society flat again. There is no mountains, and there is no hierarchy, and it's simply a model which we follow because we think that we have to, but we don't have to. There is no hierarchy. There is no logical reason to think that someone is better suited to decide about your own life. So 184. Of course, again, we can write books about why it's better to be a free man. 184. Is some degree of censorship necessary? No. Censorship shouldn't be allowed at all. So I said it a few times here on this snapshot of the mind, let's say podcast. Simply, if someone is thinking something, it's better to know what he is thinking, because when it's covered, you'll be surprised by some strange thing which some people can do. So censorship will not censor thoughts. So censorship will create that situation that you don't know that someone is thinking something, but you can't censor thoughts. So if you will censor fascists, for example, which seems reasonable, and it seems that it follows some kind of logic, you will not stop people thinking that some groups of people are better or worse. So it's better to know which people are thinking in this detrimental, stupid way. So it's always better to know. So, and if if you've got this kind of information, simply you can manipulate this information. You can simply reason with this kind of person, and it's an open formula, and you can simply talk with this person and so on. I am really optimistic when it can come to dialogue in any way, in any form. So censorship shouldn't be allowed, but when it comes to, for example, social media, I'm not a fan of deplatforming people. I don't agree with this kind of decisions of corporations. But one of the solutions for this kind of people and some crazy fan pages which we can find on Facebook, just don't allow people which own some fan page to ban some person. If you can't just create this setting, that this opportunity that someone can be banned and blocked. Why? Because then you can argue with some fascists, then you can argue with some crazy people about their crazy ideas, and they can't cut you off. Simply, there shouldn't be option of in the internet to simply, if someone is let's say, it should be done if your profile is it's a real person, not some avatar or robot or some false identity. So everyone who proves that he's this person which he claimed that he is, should be their posts and any when they comment something, it shouldn't be allowed to remove that comment and so on. So this is the technical solution for social media, in my opinion, that you can't remove anyone's opinions. So, and censorship shouldn't be allowed, simply. Any kind of okay, one thing about it. So censorship shouldn't be allowed, but when someone is lying, when there are some untrue claims, then maybe there should be some method to simply you should be for example, maybe there should be some methods for experts to comment on topic and but I don't know, just what to do with people which are lying, what to do with this kind of falsehood which is flourishing online. Anyway, I don't have solution for every problem, so let's go with another one. Let's have fun. Let's find another inconsequence, another incoherence. 185. What are the biggest moral dilemmas your country is facing now? So, okay. Moral dilemmas. In Poland, the moral dilemmas in Poland are what can you do with the government which is breaking the law all the time. So that's a huge moral dilemma. And what can you do with a government which is supporting religious institutions, which government shouldn't simply support in any way? What can you do with simply people which are not following the rules of freedom of expression, of free speech, and so on? What can you do with people which are prisoning or simply how to say it? Prisoning or hounds some people which disagree with them? Just those are moral dilemmas in Poland now. When those are regular dilemmas of a country with dictatorship. So and moral in that way that if you simply feel in any kind responsible, if you are working for some ministry or official government institution, and you've got a very different attitudes to law and to religion, and you think differently about freedom, what and so on. You've got a lot of moral dilemmas. So Poland is full of moral dilemmas now. For example, they are hunting now LGBTQ plus community, which is awful, which is fascist in essence. And the moral dilemma is how can you support people which are doing such a horrible crime against human rights? So and there is many of this kind of stuff. So 186 was the agricultural revolution and the explosion of civilization that came from from it an overall good thing for humans or a negative? In other words, would it have been better or worse for people to say stay in small tribes? I suppose that in that time was born concept of work, of slavery, this kind of stuff. That's hierarchy become more it's become normal that there is some kind of hierarchy, and this is very, very bad. So of course this was a revolution in a good direction in some way, but there were probably some bad consequences when it comes to structure of society, and it's not very good for human health to work like that, like a farmer. We were hunters we are mainly hunters, and this kind of nomadic cultures are probably more close to our true nature than the society in which we are living now. So having a job, having a boss, having this kind of relation with other people, it's probably a consequence of agricultural revolution. But I don't know history so good. So average human being is the people you know and the people with which you are contacting, staying in contact with. It's around 150 people. Those are the number with which some name. Just checking what are average human relationships. So 150 people you can know personally, and you can sustain some contact with them. So 150 people, and it's simply very difficult to be in contact with more than 150 people. It's simply technically and practically very difficult. So probably those are our limits, and this is the number of people which we can have in our tribe, and we can, let's say, understand these people and somehow can manage this amount of relationships. But people are elastic, people can learn. On Facebook I've got something like 440 friends, more than 1000 followers on this fan page. So maybe it can change to some degree. For sure, it can change in that way that we can be friends with people from from different countries and from different places and so on. So, but probably our brain is simply limited when it comes to number of people with which we can stay in contact with. So simply because of limits again of our brain, it would be better for us to be in smaller tribes, and it would be better for us to not work in the way we are working now. So it would be better if we don't if we would not have jobs, and if we would not be wage slaves. Anyway, 187. As you can see, I'm improvising, so just thinking aloud. And because I don't know too many things, it will be a little bit funny. 187. What will be are some of the bioproducts of society, of everyone having the ability to take pictures or video at any time. Oh, there's a huge number of bioproducts which are coming from this opportunity, which are the consequences of this opportunity. So making videos and pictures, first of all, it's a great opportunity when it comes to freedom of speech. So everyone can express their opinion theoretically, and everyone can put it on the web. Of course, not everyone practically, but theoretically. So it's an extension of democracy, let's say. So everyone can. This is one consequence. So let's say visibility. It's a first thing. So it's like a revolution of Gutenberg, yeah. But now everyone can publish. Okay, that's first one. Second one is total history. So we can create situation when every event is documented from many points of view, and we've got let's say history in huge resolution, time resolution, and documented in a very precise way. So this is one consequence. Another consequence. So history is becoming more objective. Third consequences is consequences which are coming from big data about human behavior. So because people are putting so many informations about their everyday life and about their opinions into the web, we can collect this information and we can digest them, and some algorithms can find some patterns in collective behavior and individual behaviors which we personally can't see because of our limits, of our cognitive limits. So, and it can be used to simply reason about human psychology, human collective behavior, human behavior in total. And it's, in my opinion, is very optimistic consequence. It's beautiful. Another consequence, let's say, it's connected with collecting of data. I think that it will have consequence that we will find a pattern of let's say we will find basic algorithms which are creating this information. So let's say we can find a pattern, algorithms of how your brain is functioning. So in my opinion, if you can document every day of your life and you can put it on, let's say you can document every day of your life in high time resolution, you can simply later create some kind of avatar which represents you and algorithm by which you are using to think, and simply we can create artificial intelligence based on that data, which will be thinking very similarly to how you are thinking. Of course, it's a science fiction, but every year this possibility will be closer to us, and it will be more probable that it will exist. So the consequence of collecting data about individuals will create opportunity to copy the algorithms which individuals are using to create their thoughts. So this is science fiction, of course, like I said. So, and generally this freedom creates so many degrees of freedom that we can't truly predict what will happen with that, because it's obviously it can be used in a bad way as well, to control people, to manipulate people, and so on. But hopefully we'll be able to protect ourselves and our data and our individuality, let's say. I don't know how to express it. So we'll be able to protect ourselves. And later, singularity, AI and singularity, and so on. And it maybe looks funny. It seems funny, but this is the simple consequence of documenting your life in high resolution. For me, that's because we've got this phase space, let's say, phase space. We can follow step by step how your thinking process looks like, so then you can later copy this thinking. Okay, 188. Does marriage as an institution need to be updated, or is it fine how it is? So I do believe that it's possible that some people are able to live in polygamy. So then marriages could be very different. This is one thing. I'm not a fan of institutions, of law, of very stiff rules. So I think that people are more elastic in thinking, so there is more possibilities. My father once suggested that that maybe marriage should expire, and for example, after 10 years, marriages should be renewed if people would want to. It's a funny idea, maybe quite pragmatic and useful. As far as I know, some couples, marriage can be a prison as well. So I'm not a fan of prison. I'm a fan of freedom. So I don't know. 189. If you were given the ability to reform how your country's leader were chosen and how they serve, what would you change? So if I could decide about the structure of let's say political landscape in general, I would simply remove leaders. There is no leaders. There is no godlike figures which can decide about your life. So, as I said a few times, the more power people have, the more corruption there is, and the more abuse there is. So I think I would love to be I would love to if there have to be some kind of country or social structure, I just want it to be science based, and if someone is deciding about my health, for example, I would love to it to be experts, not politicians, for example. So and I would not want anyone to decide about my religion, about my moral decisions, and so on. So expert scientists, they can not decide about my life, but they can tell me what is the most true answers to my problems, existential problems, let's say, healthy problems. Not existential. It's just problems. If we've got some problem, just let's analyze it rationally, based on logic and experiments, and we can solve this problem. So the problem in our society now is that some incompetent people which don't know anything about rational decision, they are making decisions. So based on the intuition. I don't care about someone's intuition, about their beliefs and so on. If you are deciding about my life, those are completely unrelated things, your intuition and your beliefs. Just fuck off and go away with that. The most important thing is truth. So so next one, 188. No, 190. At what point is a technologically enhanced human not a human anymore? That's a good question, because we are already extended by our iPhones, by our smartphones, by our computers, and we perfectly know that without these tools we would not be so efficient. We'll be slower. For example, my memory is very poor, and I know that my phone is my memory in a huge part. My phone is my hippocampus. So this division between human and machine is blurred at this point already, because I'm treating my phone like a cell of my body, or cells of my body. So I'm not pure human anymore, and we stopped to be purely human when our phenotype grow. So if you are using tools, you are not a pure animal anymore. So we are kind of cyborgs now. When it comes to mind and consciousness, I really don't know where we can put the line. What is human? What is not human? What would be? I don't know. Just if we will start to changing our biological cells, changing them for some artificial cells, then it will be a step closer to changing us into machine. But if it will be a copy of our real cells, then we can say that what's the difference? Even if the cell is artificial, but its function in the same way like a human cell, there is essentially no difference. So even then, if we become machine, changing cell by cell of our bodies, we can say that it's based on algorithms and function of the real organism. So it's like a real organism. So we are still humans, even if we are robots now. So I would put the line like that. I would describe the line, the division like that. Even if you'll change every cell of your body into artificial cell, you'll still be a human being. But if you extend functions of your brain, of your body, you will become something different, something transhuman and post-human, let's say. Maybe this is the way we should describe this division. I don't know. 191. Does the modern age make global conspiracies more or less feasible? So of course, with conspiracy theories we have to be very careful, because it's easy to think like that. And of course, because of global communication, we can think that it's easier to make a conspiracy, but we've got so many smart hackers and people which are constantly watching hands of governments and so on, that it would be difficult anyway to make a conspiracy a real thing. So people are observing themselves all the time. They are constantly hunting for mistakes and so on. So I don't think that any conspiracy can be, let's say, socially stable, a socially stable construct. I simply think it's more difficult when society is open and when web exists. So because of flow of information which are faster. If there would be something like quantum ciphering, encryption, if there would be quantum encryption, we can say that maybe then it's easier, for example, different governments to cooperate and to make some conspiracy and to make something which is truly unknown, let's say. 192. Is technological advancement a net positive or a net negative? As I said once in a previous snapshot of the mind, I think that people are connecting on this mind level now, but they are not connecting in a real life and on this emotional level. So we are exchanging information, but we are not truly emotionally connected. So it's mind connection, not body connection, let's say. Uh, 193. Is technological progress inevitable as long as human exists, or can it be stopped? It can be stopped by some dramatical event, but it would be huge catastrophe. As far there's so many people on this world, so that I think that progress is inevitable, and the most critical information for the progress will always survive, and I think that intelligence and let's say these conglomerates of memes are working like that, that we want to create more freedom, and let's say these conglomerates of memes are they want to be free. It's a metaphorical, of course. I don't believe that memes have some intentions or anything like that, but simply I think that intelligence always finds a way to be more free, and it's a collective thing. So I think progress is inevitable. 194. Is true artificial intelligence possible with our current technology and methods of programming? Yes, I believe that it's possible already. I don't believe that that brains are so complex that we can't copy them. We don't know yet how to do it precisely, but I think it's possible, simply physically possible. Do we have this technology now? I don't know, but machine learning, AlphaGo, this kind of and artificial neural networks this is the good direction, and that finally we will find some mixture of algorithms and artificial neural networks which will be in some way magical and will create true individual working AGI, which will be a partner for discussion and for development in general. So yes, I think it's possible, and it will happen soon. I don't know how fast, but yeah, there are some predictions that 2030, 2030, 2040, 2050. I don't know if I'm so optimistic, but I'm optimistic. So, first of all, it's possible. Second of all, with our current technology, yes. Maybe, of course, we need some progress, but we will copy our brains, and our brains are not the best for making some intelligent decisions. So we can copy our brains in some parts and add to this bunch of algorithms some better algorithms which are better in for example estimating probabilities, which are better in making logical decisions, and will finally create truly intelligent agents and probably self-conscious agents as well, because I think that conscious beings are simply very intelligent beings. So 195. What 195? What scientific breakthrough would have the biggest effect on humanity? There are this kind of breakthroughs which are coming, and one of them would be to stop aging. It's an effort of Aubrey de Grey and other, let's say, transhumanists which want to fight with aging. Finding the cure of some heart disease, of cancer, this kind of stuff. So medical breakthroughs, which are very, very probable, and they will be happening more often now because of global communication and so on, because of more and more cheap computation. This first one, second one, for sure, artificial intelligence, but it's a collective effort. It's not one event which we can, let's say, easily spot. So it will be a huge thing. And physics, discoveries in physics in general, we can discover some new theory of everything, and it can be a huge change. Maybe string theory which will develop to that extent that it will be more practical, and it will bring some technological opportunities. I don't know. Curing aging, first thing, artificial intelligence, and some breakthrough in physics, which would integrate, or let's say, all working theories which we've got at this point. Integrate, or of course change them, exchange them. 196. Why did technology progress more slowly in the past than it does now? First of all, we didn't know how to make science. Second of all, we were deluded by religions. And third aspect of that play is that we were not connected so well. So because of connection and because of exchange of information, everything's it's becoming faster. So from the 17th century, from the Newton, later Einstein, and so on, we know how to, and generally 20th century, we've learned how to, it's 300 years, let's say, we've learned how to make science in an efficient way. We still have many problems, like, for example, access to information is not completely free. So this progress is not so fast as it could be, because people are protecting the rights and so on, so patents and so on. So but I hope it will be faster soon. It was a question about technology. I started to answering about science. Anyway, those are connected, so it's almost the same. 197. Will we keep leaping to even greater technological and scientific breakthroughs that radically change society, or will the rate of progress slow and humanity's progress be limited to incremental improvements? Um, so progress can't be all the time radical. So when describing how the universe works, we know that this progress is very slow. So, but when it comes to technology, these progress can be much faster. And when it comes to changes in society, we know perfectly that we can know something, but to implement these ideas in society, it takes a long time, because there are influences of power, of some dictatorships, of religions, of people which don't want this progress. So it can be stopped for some degree. But progress is inevitable. If you can make something cheaper and faster, everyone will benefit from that fact. So it will be done sooner or later. Yeah. Okay. Next one. 198. If a robust and cheap genetic engineering industry existed, would you have your genes edited? If so, what genetic changes would you choose to make? If not, why not? Or I would change a lot if it would be really safe to change your genome. I would love to have better memory. I would love to have better vision. I would love to be more healthy in general. So immune system improvements. So this kind of stuff. And I am standing in this position that everyone is an owner of the genome, so they can do with their genome whatever they want. Okay, so it was 198, and for now I will stop. It was a pleasure. I hope you had some fun. See you next time. Stop this video, please. Where is that? Come on. Sorry, I'm just making it look better. So okay, anyway, hello everyone. It's another episode of Snapshot of the Mind. So I will answer the rest of philosophical questions from the website conversationstartersworld.com. So I finish on 198. 98. So maybe I will finish this whole adventure with these philosophical questions today. I hope so. So maybe okay. I don't know what are you seeing there? Probably most of my mess here. Anyway, 199. I assume that in the future there will be huge leaps in human augmentation, given a scale from completely human to completely machine. How far would you choose to augment yourself with robotics? What parts would you augment and why? Okay, so I'm often describing my philosophical position as post-human, because it's more radical than transhuman, and I think that this body is obsolete. If I can change it completely into the machine, I would do it. Of course, there are human pleasures or something which I am very attached to. But probably at some point of development I would give it up for simply longer life. So if this kind of change would allow me to live a few hundred years, I would do it. But of course there are philosophical questions to which extent we can change our brains, for example, and if it will be me still. So I rather think about mind in general, that there is no such thing as a stable mind and identity and person. It's constantly changing. It's conglomerate of memes which are our programs of behaving. Of course there is biological brain, but we've got extensions of ourselves like computers, mobile phones and so on. So it's already blurred, and it can be. You can change yourself to that extent, probably, that you will not. Anyone, nobody could identify as an old self. So we know that people are changing their lifetime, and they are changing. Probably quite dramatic sometimes, because of some dramatic events, because of illnesses and so on. So it's already blurred. So it can be blurred. It can be totally different. Person after some amount of changes, but those are not very. This is far future, because we can't even create a proper brain-computer interfaces. Like Neuralink is unable to make proper proper connection with brain, and it's very difficult because brain is treating any device as a attack, and there's immune response, and even if there is some connection with computer by some electrodes and so on, it will last only a few years, and later you have to remove it, so it's still not perfect. We are still unable to change our biology in some radical way. I think that there is a hope in creating brain cells based on how to call it? I'm forgetting English words. So I found it. So based on stem cells, we can create human brain cells. So you can create this neurons out of some other cells of your body, and this is a huge opportunity for creating brain-computer interfaces, because if you create a small brain which is very similar to your brain in a way, you've got precise model of your brain outside of your skull, and you can experiment with connecting this tissue, these cells with computer, and later you can maybe some externally connect these cells with cells in your skull and so on. We can play with that. So there is a lot of opportunities about scientists are now they are playing with this ideas. Probably many of these experiments we don't know because they are not very official, because there is a lot of ethical problems. But I believe that there is a huge number of opportunities to create some bridges between human brain and computers, and they probably can cooperate very in a harmonious way, and it can be very organic and natural connection, I suppose, because there were these experiments where these neuron cells created from stem cells were navigating some virtual planes and robots simply. So it's a huge thing. So, and I suppose that it's easier to later connect these cells which are outside of your body and they are connected with some computer. You can connect them with your own brain cells, probably in some easier way. I described this kind of ideas in my science fiction novel Anti-Reality, which I published on my website, and there is a idea of creating of this kind of bridge layer of brain where you are simply developing outside the body this brain cells based on stem cells, but you are developing them and like evolving them to be compatible with computer with electrodes. So if you got this kind of layer created outside the body, you can later create another layer of your brain. I imagine it like that you can for example genetically modify these cells very similar to your natural ones. You can slightly mutate them, change genome in them, and that they will be better working with computers and so on, and later you can put it inside your body. Probably it can be done, but it's one of many ideas which you can create based on available technologies which we've got now. So nobody is talking about this kind of stuff very openly, I suppose, because they are a little bit creepy, like science fiction, like horror, like, because it's really extending the definition of humanity, and it's generally very scary for many people and so on. So, but it's easy to think about this kind of possibilities. So even if there is no officially, there are some descriptions of this kind of experiments, as I said, but there can be easily done more, but probably there are some low barriers which and ethical barriers which we can't not officially we can't do too much with that because of these barriers. So I would change myself completely into the machine. It would be fun if you could change every part of your body in parts designed by you, and you could extend your senses in a unpredictable way. Just there's so many options. Okay. Question number 200. If the transporters in Star Trek existed and you used it, your particles would be disassembled and then reassembled. Do you die every single time? Are you ever alive at two places at once? Are you ever completely dead? Yeah, it's a tough question. You know, of course, it's difficult. It's a little bit similar question to how your consciousness would behave if you would exchange every neuron of your brain one by one to artificial ones. If there, I had this idea that there has to be there has to be continuation, but maybe not. Maybe it's, of course, nobody wants to check it by himself, because from outside observer it will be always the same person. Because for me it's not a big difference if inside of your body is really you or not. For me it's all the time like we see only the shelves of people, and we experience them only to some extent. So I don't know, I would not want to use this kind of transporters like from Star Trek. I would not decide to use it, even if someone would tell me that it's working, man. I don't care about your opinion. I don't know. For now, I think it's not the same person because there's no continuation. Like it's so. I had this idea that simply individuality is limited to simply this place in space and time which you are occupying. So in this sense simply it should be continuation of the same space-time, so time and space. So I don't know, maybe it's something like that, but I don't really care at this moment because there is no such opportunities at this point of technology development. Is it possible? Maybe in some way. Of course, we can assume that mind is. We can pack it to information about our connectome, but copy of this connectome is still not you. It's you in a way that it will be robot with this implemented connectome will behave probably very similar to you, but it will be not you because you are not, because this will be not occupying the same space and time, and there will be no connection with your consciousness. I don't know. Just I'm not thinking about it too much. So from the outside observer, it will be the same person. For the subject, from the subjective point of view, I don't really know if teleportation will save self. Let's say. Okay. Question 201. Should full access to the internet be a fundamental human right? Yes, internet should be like an air, and it should be for free. Because it's creating a huge disproportion of knowledge, and because of that, people can take advantage of other people, and it should be for free. It should be like air. It's like these communication technologies are so cheap that's, in my opinion, it's immoral that we need to pay for making a phone to our family or friends. Just forget about this. This is some very old-fashioned idea. So full access for everyone, every person, always, for free. Question 202. Has the invitation of the atomic bomb made the world a more peaceful place? Invention, sorry. Has the invention of the atomic bomb made the world a more peaceful place? What a stupid question. Of course not. Of course not. I just, of course, we've got less conflicts. But anyway, even if there are, you need to have insane people to use atomic bomb. So I don't think that anyone believed that if there would be a global conflict, someone would use these atomic bombs. It's difficult for me to believe that there are this kind of people. But it happened once, so maybe I don't know. So I don't. We would have to analyze some psychology of human behavior. Maybe some people did it in the context of conflicts. Maybe if you are too afraid, you are not creating conflicts. Maybe it works like on maybe it works like I would never start a fight with a guy which I know that he's twice as strong as me, so maybe. I don't know. But it's like a question. I think that world would be more peaceful if we would de-arm every country. Yeah. So I think this is the proper way of making our world a more peaceful place. Question number 203. Do you think the singularity will occur? If so, what time frame do you think it will happen in? With singularity, it's a blurred thing, as with individual identity. So we're individual self. So I think we've got a lot of let's say elements of artificial intelligence in artificially intelligent systems, but they are in many places on the world, and it's demand a lot of energy supplies and so on. So I just think that we need time to integrate these elements, and who knows how long it will take, because we need to assume that there will be peaceful times and people will be cooperating and so on. I mean, so this human psychology element is bringing some randomness to this equation. So I don't know, maybe in this century there will happen something with artificially intelligent systems, that they will start to evolve by themselves. But for now we've got only some ideas how intelligence, how brain works, and how we can imitate that. And we don't know if our intuitions are fully correct. So we need to experiment and so on. But anyway, I said that it's blurred because I see the whole internet as a kind of singularity, because we can assume, we can just see it like, okay, human brain is a supercomputer. We've got a web where we are connecting everyone. So we are connecting these supercomputers, and I think that pace of development of creating science and so on is changing dramatically, and it's kind of singularity because we are in this contact discussion, and we are in this constant growth and evolution and so on. And so web is a kind of singularity already, without, of course, true artificial intelligence involved in that process, but but we are on the way to create this kind of intelligent systems, and I think it's not so far away, because maybe we are not imitating brain in a manner that it's one-to-one copy, but we are imitating. We can imitate one of the most important features of this brain. Like, so I think that neural networks are really bringing us closer to creating truly artificially intelligent system, and connecting it with other algorithms which are not necessarily copied from our behavior, from brains, can create something like very smart, at least, system. And of course we can scale it up by connecting these systems into groups and so on. So I think it will take 50 years or something like that, but you never know what these geeks are doing for real. Maybe it's coming. Some companies maybe are creating something which will revolutionize this field very soon. I believe that it's such a interesting endeavor, and everyone would want to find this holy grail. But anyway, it's very difficult to do it because of number of people which need to cooperate, and there are always some problems with money and this kind of stuff, and this is connected with politics and crises like global warming and so on, and there is a competition, of course, involved between countries and companies, so it's not so easy. It's theoretically maybe quite easy, because we can imagine that, okay, all we need is focus, a bunch of people which are focused on this topic, and they are simply exploring this subject, and after some years they will come up with the answer. But of course it had been done many times, and of course there is still no true artificial intelligence, but I think it will come soon, because I really think that neural networks and neuromorphic chips are a great example that you can do a lot imitating the brain, even if you don't understand why it works so well. Even if you can't extract simple rules which are based of this intelligence which emerged, and I believe it will scaling it up, producing a lot of this kind of chips and so on. It will bring something amazing soon. Okay, so singularity will occur. I don't know when and if, because of human conflicts and human nature, which is very chaotical. So, but it's theoretically possible, in my opinion. Okay, so question number 204. If emotions are the product of biochemical reactions, then in the future we will be theoretically able to control them. If we could control emotions through technology, should we? this is a question about psychopharmacology, which I think is harmful for humans. Because of my private experiences with psychopharmacology, because of well-known scientific literature about this psychopharmacology, but I'm open to possibilities, so I don't think that we should stop experimenting with the brain. But I don't know if chemistry is the best way, because every chemistry which you will provide into the brain will disrupt functioning of this brain, and it can damage it, I suppose, quite easily. So maybe electrodes and electrical stimulation, maybe stimulation by magnetic fields, but it's the same. If you are trying to influence working of this very complex machine, you can damage it. And because we don't know how it works precisely, like with psychopharmacology, there's very often the thing that we don't know precisely how it works on the brain, because we don't have tools to observe how it works. So I am not a fan of psychiatry in general, because it's, in my opinion, is damaging people. So and of course, when it comes to companies like Neuralink and these efforts to create BCI, brain-computer interfaces, we can do it, but if someone's agree to make this experiment on this person, yeah. So without consent, there shouldn't be allowed this kind of experiments. So first animals, later people, but it's another, constantly we've got philosophical issues with that. And 205. Is there a limit to what humans can create through technology and science? There are limits when it comes to resources. There are limits of our cognition, which we don't precisely know, but there are for sure. If we can't afford what we want in personal lives, it's the simplest example. I want something from life, and it theoretically should be easy, but practically it's very hard to attain. So we can think about problems that they are quite that we can just let's it's much easier to think about problems than create a real technology and real change in the world, because those are very complex processes, social processes. So thinking is an easy part. So when it comes to thinking, we are probably quite a smart species. But when it comes to creating something for real, it's a different story. We simply are limited when it comes to energy consumption, and we we've got the great example of it in a global warming, in an example of global warming. That's okay. It was few centuries of development. We thought that we are going somewhere in a better we're heading to in the direction of a better society and so on, but we couldn't predict. Of course, there were some scientists which were telling us that we are damaging the planet, but we never suspected that it will be to that extent. So we can even start some complex processes, but we are not able to predict how it influences such a complex system like ecosystem and so on. Or we are too ignorant to simply stop some toxic actions only because we will damage some parts of the planet and so on. Is there a limit to what humans can create through technology? So mainly the limits are resources, not human resources, because we can just, there is a lot of people always, and we can make easily more of them. But when it comes to physical resources, energy and so on, yeah, so theoretically there's no limits, practically there are some limits. Okay, it was last one, and I will be looking for more of this kind of questions to just have more fun. I'm not aware how it looks like, if it's still running. Yeah, it's working. Anyway, cheers. How are you? Is someone watching it? Maybe someone is watching it. If so, just give me a sign. You can ask some questions. So I answered 255 questions, philosophical questions. It's so this part of Snapshot of the Mind is ended, and now you can ask any questions you want. You can leave these questions in private messages and so on. So far nobody was interested in asking questions, and it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm doing it for myself, so what can I say? Okay, there is no point of continuation, so I will close this part because it will be done in a nice way. Then we've got these chapters and this chapter of philosophical questions. For now, maybe I will find more of this kind of questions. So for now it's closed. So thank you for watching. I hope you had some fun as well. Bye bye. It's just... Hi everyone. 1 second. I will just check how it looks like. Okay. 1 second. So, okay, it looks quite nice. Well, just maybe a little bit in this direction. Okay. Anyway, another episode of Snapshot of the Mind. I don't remember which episode, it doesn't matter, nobody cares. And I answered these philosophical questions, and now I'm just exploring this website, Conversation Starters World, and there are other questions. For me, they are completely random. I don't know them. There is a part of this website which is called 350 good questions to ask. So I will answer them. Of course, not all at once, but I'll just answer some of them just for fun. Okay, this is. I see that I will not enjoy these questions too much, because first one is about food. What weird food combinations do you really enjoy? I'm not experimenting with food. I'm not cooking myself. I don't care too much about food in general. Today I ate something in a sushi restaurant, and it wasn't anything special. It wasn't any combinations of food. Okay, now sometimes I'm eating salads, and later I'm eating forgot the name, nuts, this butter, nut butter, never mind, just forgot a word. What social stigma does society need to get over? Oh, okay, it's more interesting question. What social stigma does society need to get over? There is a lot of them. Almost every stigma is harmful for some people. We love to exclude people. We love to create groups and so on. It's a very human thing. So stigmas are tools for excluding for many reasons. I've got myself a label of a mentally ill person, so everything what I do publicly is fighting with stigma which is regarding mental illness in general. I don't believe that there is such a thing as mental illness. I think it's simply a tool to bully some people which don't want to adjust to social norms, which are not very good very often. So social stigma regarding mental illness is one of the most harmful ones, because people are killing themselves because of that stigma. Because if you will tell someone that you've got some mental illness, you can expect that girls will not want to go out with you, will be very suspicious to every act of yours. Everyone will be treating you like a retarded person very often. So just those are very harmful already, but they are worse than that. For example, just when it comes to mental illness, journalists are creating this picture that mentally ill people are dangerous. They are not. It's like they are dangerous, I suppose, mainly because but first of all, it's not true that mentally ill people are more aggressive, and this is we can't see it in statistics, so it's not true. And even if there are some cases when people are mentally ill people, so-called mentally ill people, are aggressive, we have to take for the account that they are closed, like in prison, against their will, without any clear reason. So they are oppressed, and there is a lot of not only this is physical torture to close someone against their will. This is physical torture, and there is mental torture to tell person that this person is mentally ill, that has to change the way of thinking, and the tool for it's a chemistry. There's no proof of any of these claims. So I'm anti-psychiatrist in general, so it's a long story, but if you want to discuss this topic, you can check what claims of journalists like Robert Whittaker, psychiatrists like Peter Getche, Joanna Moncrief, which just released new book about psychiatric drugs. This is a huge topic. There is more of psychiatrists, and those are the roots of my doubts. Those are the people which are the best informed about subject. It's a long story, and we should investigate it because it's a tool to oppress random people without any reason, and it can be easily done to simply exclude someone because of some so-called mental issues. In my opinion, it's simply social exclusion. It's not a person's fault. It's not illness. But anyway, it's a huge topic. So I'll just go with another questions because I'm not prepared to talk about today. What food have you never eaten but would really like to try? Some seafood, probably. Some, I don't know. There are probably some fruits which I never ate to this day. Some fishes. Yeah, seafood, and in general, I would love to try some seafood. 4. What's something you really resent paying for? So, what's something you really resent paying for? I don't want to pay for I told it once in one of the snapshots of the mind that paying for internet or means of communicating with people, this is pain in the ass. I'm also paying rent, which is not low, and it's cutting off a huge part of my income. So those are things which we should simply have in these times when it's so it can be done, and that it's much cheaper. Okay, so 5. What would a world populated by clones of you be like? I once answered this question. I answered some of this question before. Maybe I was here on this part of this website. Anyway, what's something you really okay? What would a world populated by clones of you be like? So I answer it, so I will not repeat myself. It doesn't matter. I don't think people know how they are perceived and what their personality is. So subjective opinion about you yourself is not very objective, let's say. I mean, you can't ignore your opinion about yourself because it's about your well-being, but it's not objective. Do you think aliens exist? Yes, somewhere there, maybe. I mean, for sure, but not aliens which are constantly visiting us here. The universe is huge, and the probability that somewhere there is a form of intelligence is quite high, in my opinion. What are you currently worried about? I am always, it's question number 7. What are you currently worried about? I'm currently worried about, there's many things of this kind. First of all, I'm worried about my future, about money. I'm worried about that I'll be not able to make more art. Those are I'm making arts more than 20 years now, and it's constantly the same. And these two problems are connected. I don't have money. I can't make art all the time. So those are two main worries. And there are other, like now, we've got pandemic, so everyone can be infected in every moment. Some of us can die because of that, so it's a horrible story in general. But we will find some vaccine probably soon, so it's not so scary. Anyway, there will be some economical problems because of that. So my first two problems it will be still, those will be still problems. What else? We've got global warming. It's a global problem, and personally I am Polish, and we've got now fascist religious fundamentalists which are governing our country. Now there are protests of women's, which I support, because I'm an atheist, and every law which is made according to some religious point of views, I think it's simply oppressive and fascist. So, and this is those are my worries. Of course, I'm not responsible for many of these things, so no matter what I will do, it will not change anything. So I can only speak about it. Where are some unusual places you've been? Unusual places. Question number 8. Unusual places. I don't know. I know some nice places in London, for example. Some galleries, some nice coffee shops, let's say. Some nice parts of the town, of the city, some nice streets and so on. But everybody knows this place. Number 9. Where do you get your news? Where do I get my news? My news, there is many websites which I'm visiting, but okay, so mainly I'm reading about science. And because there is a lot of popular science which is not very trustworthy in the web, we have to be careful with the websites from which we are reading news about science. So I'm just picking very carefully this kind of websites. I've got few which I'm visiting almost every day. When it comes to news about politics, for example, there is a few Polish, no, not only Polish, there is a few newspapers which I follow, not every day, let's say. I think that in general, politics is something which is taking time and energy, and it's wasting time in general, because it's changing your mood, even if you don't have any influence on what is going on in the world. So it shouldn't matter so much. It shouldn't be so important for you. I think, of course, it's good to know what is going on, but 90% of the news, it's something which you can easily ignore. And generally, I think that people should follow their passions when it comes to accumulating knowledge. So I'm doing it. Question number 10. What are some red flags to watch out for in daily life? Red flags. Red flags. When it comes to people, in general, be careful with people. Because I'm convinced that we should reduce suffering in the world in general. So we can start from ourselves, and to reduce suffering in our life, we should be careful with drugs, alcohol, and this kind of stuff, which can easily influence your life in a negative way. So I'm not drinking over 10 years. I'm not smoking cigarettes over 10 years as well. I never took drugs on the regular basis, and I'm keeping healthy diets, and it's helping me tremendously. And red flags are when you are not sticking to these simple rules, which can influence your life in a very good way. So those are the most important. 11. What movie can you watch over and over without ever getting tired of? There's no such movies. I've got some favorites, directors, like Von Trier, like Lynch, like this kind of movies. But over and over, never. Okay, I think that I answered this question as well some time ago. 12. When you are old, what do you think children will ask you to tell stories about? What kind of stories are the most interesting? Everything can be interesting if it's told in a good way. Every story can be interesting, but not when you are telling this story over and over again. So, 13. If you could switch the movie characters, what switch would lead to the most inappropriate movies? Oh, like porn movie in which there are only Pope and famous politicians. Okay. 14. What inanimate object would be the most annoying if it played loud upbeat music while being used? Okay, never mind. I understand this question, but I don't want to seek the answer. When did something start out badly for you, but in the end it was great? There are this kind of jobs which start badly. In general, if you are doing something new, then it's a pain in the ass, but after some time it can be a root of pleasure. The same is with making art. First years of making art are usually very painful because you struggle to express your emotions and so on, but you don't have tools to do it properly, you don't have abilities to do it properly, but after a few years it's quite enjoyable. 16. How would your country change if everyone, regardless of age, could vote? you need to know some things to vote wisely. Anyway, I'm not a fan of this kind of questions. Those are very complex issues. 17. What animal would be cutest if scaled down to the size of a cat? Elephant, dolphins, this kind of animals. What animal would be okay? If your job gave you a surprise 3-day paid break to rest and recuperate, what would you do with those 3 days? I'm always doing art, so I would make more art. And I am in this situation now. We've got less hours. We've got less hours, so I can make more art, and it's a good situation in when it comes to that. And 19. What's wrong but sounds right? What's wrong but sounds right? Oh, religious stuff. Strict rules sounds right, but there is no such rule where there is no exception. So rules are prisoning our thoughts, and we are less elastic because of rules and laws. So out of box of thinking is going out from this maze of rules which society created, and we have to all the time question these rules and every fundament because they are simply wrong very often. What's the most epic way you've seen someone quit or be fired? I had this kind of situation that I quitted one of this shitty job in London. I didn't expect that I will do it, but some person from head office just asked me to do something, and I wanted to do it because it was my responsibility, but it was something which in their opinion I should do at home. So I told them that I don't have time at home and nobody is paying me for time doing such things at home. And later this person asked me why I don't have pants in a proper color. So I told them that I'm wearing this kind of jeans all the time, and if they want different jeans they can give me money for them. And this person from head office was so pissed off that she told me that so I shouldn't work here. And I told her, okay, so I am not working here anymore, and I left. And it was epic in my opinion, because it was such a stupid from her side. Just in minimum wage jobs, especially here in London, they are demanding a lot, and they are paying not too much to exist in such an expensive city like London, and they are rude later. So just leave this kind of place if they are rude with you. Just don't give a fuck. What's the okay? If you couldn't be convicted of only one type of crime, what criminal charge would you like to be immune to? If you couldn't be convicted of any one type of crime, what criminal charge would you like to be immune to? Let's see what does it mean precisely, because could I get convicted? I don't know. Just fuck this question. What's something that will always be in fashion, no matter how much time passes? Oh, just noble behaviors. Being kind, being positive. Being generous. The rest is changing, and it doesn't. What's changing doesn't matter so much. Let's say 23. What actors or actresses play the same character in almost every movie or show they do? I'm not so much into movies to answer this question, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, 24. In the past, people were buried with the items they would need in the afterlife. What would you want buried with you so you could use it in the afterlife? If there would be afterlife, in which I don't believe. If there would be afterlife, I suppose that no material objects would matter then. Anyway, of course, something to make drawings, for example. It would be nice. Anyway, 25. What's the best, worst practical joke that you ever played on someone? Okay, so some time ago I answered this question, or not, because I don't care. Who do you go out of your way to be nice to? There's a problem with understanding when it comes to me sometimes, because this is not my language. For some ladies, I am a ladies man. Who do you go out of your way to be nice to? I'm trying to be nice. Sometimes girls have completely different opinions about some stuff, religious stuff, for example, and I'm more polite generally than I would be to some other people. Anyway, I'm trying to be not biased in any way, so I'm generally trying to be nice, because I don't like unkind people, let's say, aggressive people, and so on. 27. Where do you get most of the decoration for your home? Nobody cares. I don't care. If I could, I would do every item in my home by myself. 27. Where do you get most of the... Okay, 28. What food is delicious but a pain to eat? I don't know. 29. Who was your craziest, most interesting teacher? I like teachers which were telling stories, which were not very strict, which simply treated me like a colleague. And there was not too many of this kind of teachers, so I don't want to talk directly which teachers they know, probably. So anyway, I'm treating them like my colleagues from the past, which I don't know anymore. I'm not spending time with them, unfortunately, sometimes. What old person things do you do? Oh, I'm very old person now. Old person's things do you do? I've got very strict routine, let's say. So I'm doing my days looks the same almost every day. I like this because it's helping me manage my time in a way, in a satisfying way. But it's an old person behavior, so I'm quite old person. I've got old person behaviors. What can I say more? So, if your days are very similar, it's a sign that you are quite old person, probably. I'm trying to simulate and simulate myself and force myself to do new things, because that's the way you are learning. It's like I moved to London because I wanted to learn language, and I didn't know English to that extent that I could answer this kind of questions sometimes ago, and just forcing myself, it's a cause of learning process. So now I'm sometimes provoking myself to change my routine, but those are rare moments. But in my opinion, it's a way to learn, just going out from your automatic behavior. What was the last photo you took? I took today a photo. I'm sometimes making selfies when I am on the city and I'm drinking tea. So I'm in the most relaxed moments of my day. What is the most amazing slow motion video you've ever seen? You've seen amazing video. There is a, what's the name of this? I know, Shivering Trunks. Shivering Trunks, Natalia Brożyńska. A very funny animated video. There is a English version on YouTube. It has 629,000 views, so it's quite popular. I've seen it a few years ago, and it was so funny that I remember it to this day. So slow motion video. There's I've got a few friends on which were studied animation, which were on university in Łódź, and they studied animation, and they are making quite amazing things. 33. Which celebrity do you think is the most down to earth? When I see actions of how his name, Leonardo DiCaprio, for example, which is fighting with global warming and this kind of stuff. It's a rational behavior, because when you are a celebrity and you've got such an influence on what is going on Earth, and you've got such an amount of money, you can really make some change. So if you are openly and loudly talking about very important issues, but there's more of them probably, but I'm not into celebrities, let's say. I'm just watching some Instagram sometimes, and I'm looking at pretty girls, which are celebrities. Sometimes I don't know what they are doing, but they are pretty. So this kind of actions, and this is the sign that you are down to earth. Yeah. 34. What would be the worst thing to hear as you are going under anesthesia? Never mind. 35. What's the spiciest thing you've ever eaten? There are these small peppers. Yeah, I don't like spicy foods too much. 36. What's the most expensive thing you've ever broken? Phone. Yeah. I never broke my computer. Yeah. What makes you roll your eyes every time you hear it? Oh, some religious bullshit. If someone's opinion is adjusted to their religion, I think it's a bullshit simply. It's a sign that someone is not thinking by themselves. 39. And there's the different aspects of this. The opinions about politics, which are similar, because they are religious in essence, that people believe something, but they don't have any arguments for that. So 39. And generally, coming back to I'm generally pissed off when people are standing for example, for the law which is limiting themselves. So I generally think that freedom is the most important value, and when there is a law or rule which they are sticking to, which is limiting them, it's the most annoying. 39. What do you think you are much better at than you actually are? Well, there's a lot of this kind of stuff. I'm not as good as I think when it comes to languages. I'm not as good with art as well. I'm generally, in order to act in the world, you have to have such a self-esteem that you will do something. So, but of course, I'm just not objective when it comes to judging myself as other people. So, but it doesn't matter in the end of the day, and nobody cares. Should kidneys be able to be bought and sold? I mean, I think that everyone can do with their body whatever they want. So if there is sometimes people need money very much, and sometimes people need kidneys, and these people can find themselves, and I don't see anything wrong with that. Yep. 41. What's the most creative use of emojis you've ever seen? I've got a friend, which this is a pal from London, and he's always sending me messages on the phone when he's using, like, I don't know, 10 emojis in one message, and he's creating whole messages, ciphering them in these emojis, and it's quite amazing, but it's not. I don't have a clear example of that. 42. When was the last time you got to tell someone "I told you so"? I don't know if there was this kind of moment recently. Maybe in my job. Anyway, 43. What riddles do you know? I don't care about riddles. What's your cure for hiccups? Hiccups? Okay. There's this method to drink water from opposite side of the cup, and it works for me. I don't know why, but it's probably, I don't know, doing something to the throat, but and air, and I don't know. Just if you drink like from this side of the cup, it helps. At least me. For me, it's working. 45. What invention doesn't get a lot of love, but has greatly improved the world? Bicycles, for example. I love bicycles. They are perfect for cities, and not too many people is using them. And it's strange. I am impressed that it's not like in Holland, everywhere in the Europe. But anyway, what's the most interesting building you've ever seen or been in? The most interesting building. Some museums. Here in London, there's a huge number of beautiful buildings here in London in general. I was in a few and I was quite impressed. 47. What mythical creature do you wish actually exists? Fuck mythical creatures. Fuck myths. 48. What are your most important rules when you're going on a date? I don't remember when I was last time on a date, so fuck this. 49. How do you judge a person? I answered this question some time ago. What was the most? I'm not answering questions which I answered some time ago here in Snapshot of the Mind, so and there are questions which now they are appearing here. Anyway, blah 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 blah. When was the last time you were snooping and found something you wish you had? What is snooping? What are you interested in that most people aren't? Most people are not so interested in the truth, and I'm always so surprised that they don't care about philosophy, they don't care about science. It's like it doesn't matter. Most of the time I think it's because they think that they are too stupid to understand philosophy or science, which is not true, of course. It's like you are living in this world, and if you don't know what's going on around you, what is the pleasure of all of this? It's like just try to understand what is going on around you. That's for me basic, like interest. What is going on here? What is this? What's going on? Why? Why is a bad question, but what is going on? How to like suffer less. How to suffer less. So in order to know how to suffer less, you have to know a lot about this world, mainly about your mind, but about this world as well. So I think that science and philosophy are generally better in managing edgy emotions than anything else, psychology or religion in general. So of course there are methods like meditation, which I practice, which are very helpful, but I consider it as a science method. And in general you have to investigate and you have to think a lot, and you need like deep searching to know enough to be quite calm person, let's say. So I think that it's knowledge, and knowledge is a root of being calm. And not many people think in that way. I think so. They are not investigating. They like automatic behaviors and so on. What movies quotes do you use on a regular basis? Some Polish comedies, probably. I'm not so much into movies, so as I said, so I'm not using these quotes. 60. Do you think that children born today will have better or worse life than their parents? Not necessarily. There are opinions that our civilization will collapse in 2050 or something like that, because of global warming and this kind of shits. Maybe COVID will kill us. Okay, I'm choosing some of them because I will not answer questions about which I don't care, or I answered before. When was the last time you felt you had a new lease of life? Let's try it. Lease. What's lease? Oh, yeah. So a new lease of on life. What's the? I felt very coming to London. It was very refreshing for my life because, as I said a few times, I am from small city in Poland. So, of course, it's close to Warsaw, but London is very different than Warsaw. So it's a big change for me. And it was changed for better in many ways. What's the funniest actual name you've heard of someone having? Who cares? My name is funny. Look, Ratz. Which charitable cause is most deserving of money? Just medical issues. People are suffering from medical issues mostly. What TV show character would it be the most fun to change places with for a week? TV show. I don't watch TV show. I'm not watching TV shows. So I don't know. Some Star Trek, some character from Star Trek. What was cool when you were young, but isn't cool cool now? When I was younger, when I was 12, 13, 14, I was wearing this huge pants, like like rappers. It was funny. Some kids are wearing this pants, skate pants, sometimes, but it was funny. Which charity because the most deserving money? What TV show? Okay, what's cool? If you were moving to another country but could only pack one carry-on size bag, what would you pack? Yeah, computer, phone, and that's the most important. Anyway, so 1 hour, no questions from you guys, of course. Okay, let's say I finish on 70 question. If you were a ghost and could possess people, what would you make them do? Something different than they do on the everyday basis. Yeah. Okay. 70. Thank you for watching. I know you don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck either. So have a nice day. Anyway, see you next time. Hi everyone. Again, snapshot of the mind. It's almost 7 in London. It's 15 November 2020. Let's see how it looks like. Just checking. Okay. Hello. I'm just okay. So I finished answering some questions from conversationstartedworlds.com as usually. I recommend this site if you want to just entertain yourself. I finished on question number 70 and question number 71. What goal do you think, once again, what goal do you think humanity is not focused enough on achieving? There's many of these kind of goals in science field in general. So the most general answer would be that humanity is not focused on truth, of finding out how the world and our bodies are working. This is the most general answer to this question. So we should focus on longevity, how to make people live longer and healthy life, and second one, artificial intelligence, as I'm usually answering this kind of questions. Artificial intelligence is one of the most important goals in my opinion, in general, because it will influence every aspect of human cognition, and later every goal will be easier to achieve if we'll make proper artificial intelligence. So if you check what's for example DARPA agency can make, American DARPA agency, it's a military agency, forgot about war and this kind of stuff. Just those are scientists which can make truly amazing things when they've got a lot of money and they've got a lot of time and freedom. So, and this is the model of how this kind of groups of scientists and engineers can create something amazing, and there should be more of this kind of groups of people which are working to achieve some almost science fiction goals. So first of all, to medicine and artificial intelligence, and those are connected as usually. 72. What problem are you currently grappling with? Grappling. What is grappling? I'm grappling with the problem of making money on art, as usually. That's my the only life problem. It's making money on art. How to make more art and how to create this situation that art is on the first place always. That I'm spending most of my time making art and later making some other things. But it's a very difficult problem. There is not too many artists which can do it, and there is a lot of artists, and I I spoke about this few times here, so I'm not going to dive into this subject in general. It's a struggle for every artist, always, because nobody knows why art is so important for us. I mean, I know, of course, I know every answer to every question, but people doesn't understand that. Art is better than drugs, people. Just don't drink alcohol, go to museum. Just you will realize how fantastic art is. It's more psychedelic than drugs. So don't take drugs, take me. 73. What character in a movie could have been great, but the actor they cast didn't fit the role? As I said, I'm not into movies, so but let me think for a second. Oh, there was few movies about painters. Antonio Banderas as Picasso, probably. I haven't seen this movie, but maybe it was great. But Antonio Banderas and Picasso, it's not working together for me. But maybe it was great movie. I have to check it anyway. What character in a movie could have been great? But okay, 74. What game have you spent the most hours playing? Okay, last time I was playing games on my computer, it was like I don't know, 1995 or something like that. I don't remember. 1997. I don't know, 2000 maybe. One of the games which I remember and I loved very much. There was a few on my PC, but there was this game, Destruction Derby, and you were in racing with cars, but you had to destroy other cars as well, and it was very. I loved graphic design of this game. Now, of course, it's the perfect when it comes to how graphics looks like, and they are better, and there is virtual reality and so on. But in these days when I was playing, Destruction Derby was one of these games which I loved. There was this game as well. How was Terminal Velocity? Oh, Terminal Velocity, something like that. And it was flying by some spaceship and fighting with other spaceships. And I loved graphic design as well. But it's a history of games, so I don't know what is going on with games now. What's 75? What's the most comfortable bed or chair you've ever been in? What? I don't give a fuck. What's the craziest conversation you've overheard? The craziest. Okay, it's 76. The craziest conversations are about pedophilia in Polish church, because everybody know that who done what, but there is no person to punish, and those are the craziest conversations in public sphere, because it's like the people which are responsible for that are just in the rich. You can grasp them and talk to the police, and just they should be in prison, but you can only talk with them, and they can do everything to hide their that they are true criminals and so on. Anyway, that's crazy. Politics in Poland is crazy. Politics on the world. Crazy. It's more crazy than my art. I just realized there are things which are more crazy than my art. It's politics. What's the hardest you've ever worked? Warehouse in London. Those are shitty jobs, people, really. I never thought that I will be making something like that, and it's a little bit crazy that I was doing it, but I had to in some point of my life. And if you are skeptic about class war and communism, for example, just go to this kind of work and think what kind of life people have working in this kind of places. It's horrible. And if you imagine that people are working like that their whole life, that's fucked up, people. And this kind of people don't have time even to educate themselves, to get out from this kind of places. This is fucked up. It shouldn't be like that. That it's allowed, and it's that law is allowing to this kind of jobs to exist. Because most of the job which I was making, just taking some trays from one place to the other, it could be done by some robots or something like that. Of course, every working class guy would be pissed off that I'm suggesting something like that, but just it's not a job for a living organism. Just no. It's not about physical condition. It's just stupid. Nobody should do it. Just 78. What movie, picture, or video always make you laugh, no matter how often you watch it? Picture or video? There's the Polish cartoonist Ratz. I like it, but it's not like not very hard laughing. It's not extremely funny, but it's funny, but you need to know Polish contexts. But I am not into cartoons, so movies, I don't know. I like some stand-up artists, and I can watch some stand-up shows a few times, and like Sarah Silverman, Ricky Gervais, David Chappelle, Jerry Seinfeld sometimes. Yeah. So there are this kind of people which are simply funny, or they are trained to be funny for money. What movie picture? The Life of Brian by Monty Python in general. It was maybe not by the whole, I don't remember, it was not by Monty Python. Yeah, but it was Monty Python, but yeah. Anyway, The Life of Brian. It is one of the best comedies ever. Anyway, I really don't watch movies, so it's like asking dinosaur about cinema. What artist or band do you always recommend when someone asks for music recommendations? 79. What artist or band? There is a few of this kind, so I would name because I'm listening to this bands quite often, so Paris Tetris, Pictorial Candy, those are well known in Poland. Days and Days. Days and Days. I love experimental Japanese music from 80s, like Hiroshi Yoshimura, Susumu Yokota, and there was few of this kind of guys which were making this very ambient electronic music. It's awesome. Some jazz, Charles Mingus, this kind of stuff, but Eric Dolphy, yeah, those are one of my favorites, but there's a lot of this kind of, I don't know, I'm just saying about this not very popular, let's say, music. I'm coming back often to Lech Janerka from Polish one. Yeah. Anyway, 80. If you could have an all expenses paid trip to see any famous world monument, which monument would you choose? Monument. I never been to China, so maybe China. And some architecture there, it's probably quite impressive. Maybe Japan. I don't know. If animals could talk, which animal would be the most annoying? Not funny. 82. What's the most addicted to a game you've ever been? When I was in primary school, I was playing some what's this games, like adventure games that you're like Mario Bros, something like that, but it was not Mario Bros on Commodore 64. I don't remember what was that. Anyway, some stupid games. 83. What's the coldest you ever been? Coldest. In Poland we've got weathers -20, and that's probably it. 84. Which protagonist from a book or movie would make the worst roommate? I don't know. 85. Do you eat food that's past its expiration day if it still smells and looks fine? Yeah, bread sometimes, probably. 86. What's the most ridiculous thing you have bought? Recently I'm spending money very carefully, so what's the funniest comedy skit you've seen? Skit. New words. Skits. Comedy skit. Come on. I just said which comedians I like, and that's enough. What's the most depressing meal you've eaten? The most depressing meal you've eaten. Depressing meal? Okay. When I was in high school, it was second year of high school, we went to Spain for a 3-week trip around Spain, and it was marvelous, it was amazing. But at some point with my friends we spent all our money and we had only food from which my friend took with himself, but those were cans, but all of these cans expired, so it was all old food, and there was a lot of this. It was whole bag of these cans, and it was like for all 2 weeks, but we didn't have too much money, so we usually bought only some alcohol, some bread, and we were eating these expired cans with bread, and just drinking beer and some other alcohol. So and it was quite depressing because we really were broke. So we spent too much money on alcohol in general, so that's why it was like that. 89. What tips or tricks have you picked up from your job? Tips or tips or tricks? I don't know what I've learned in my job. What's special? Just I can make coffees quite fast. Not in comparison to my coworkers, but quite fast. In comparison with average person, which never work like that. No tips. There's nothing special there. What outdoor activity haven't you tried but would like to? Outdoor activity. Maybe someday I will start running, but for now walking is enough for me, like from sports. Maybe some okay, I don't know, it's outdoor. Maybe some gym outdoor, but yeah, maybe making photos of architecture, which I plan to do, but I'm not making it because I've got other indoor activities which are taking my time. 91. What songs hit you with a wave of nostalgia every time you hear them? So in my high school we were listening to some Polish punk bands, rock bands, like T-Love, like Cult, like Homo Twist. So I'm very sentimental listening to them, like Świetliki, of course Nirvana, some this kind of stuff, Rage Against the Machine, I don't know, Beastie Boys. So there was a lot of parties with this music. 92. What's the worst backhanded compliment you could give someone? Backhanded. You are so smart. I don't know. 93. What's the most interesting documentary you've ever watched? The most interesting documentary. I can't think about anything specific now. I can think about documentaries, interviews with homeless people. I think it's extremely interesting how homeless people are living and why they are living like that, why it happened, and I like to analyze this kind of subjects because sometimes I'm so broke that I think that I am very close to that moment when I can be homeless, and I've got, because of that, a lot of empathy for this kind of people. So 94. What was the last song you sang along to? Last song. Again, recently I'm listening to sometimes I'm coming back to the Doors because they've got some remastered old remastered new versions of songs on YouTube. So last one, it was some songs from LA Woman album. 95. What's the funniest thing you've done or had happen while your mind was wandering? The funniest thing you've done or had happen while mind was wandering. I'm constantly in this state of mind that my mind is wandering because I'm constantly thinking about art which I can make. So I'm just not present all the time. But what kind of funny stuff? I had many of this kind of situation at school, for sure. The funniest, I don't remember this kind of situation specifically. I remember that on my drawing sessions in my high school, there was one professor, Professor Mierzwiak, which had this. He was making like this sometimes, that if you were talking, instead of drawing, sometimes he took stick and he just punched easel with this stick very loudly and very strongly. So you just you were waking up suddenly, and it was very funny because it was always a joke, because he wasn't a strict professor, never. We basically were making whatever we wanted to do, but it was funny, and it was like when we were mind wandering, not drawing, he just make us focus again. 96. What app can you not believe someone hasn't made yet? I've been on these questions before. I was trying to answer these questions before. Anyway, what app should be there? There are apps for everything, but if I would be so creative, I would probably not tell you. I don't know, just something useful, something with health. Oh, like, let's say, app which is finding experimental therapies for cancer patients which want to experiment on themselves, for example. Ta-da! I just have another family member which have cancer, and in general my mother had cancer, and this subject is close to my heart, so it's occupying my mind in general, and I'm thinking about cancer quite often. I'm reading about alternative therapies, and so I mean experimental therapies, not alternative. It's not about alternative medicine, just about medicine, but very new medicine like immunotherapies, and I just think that there is many therapies which are in the process of making. So they are experimenting with mice, with rats, and in my opinion, if someone is dying, and there is no alternative for this kind of person, this person should be allowed to experiment on themselves. So, for example, you can create an app which is searching the web for experimental therapies which are in the process of making, and some terminally sick people could choose one and send a message to the creators, to the doctors which are creating this therapy, for example. Crazy idea, but maybe someday the law will allow this kind of stuff this kind of situation to have place. Yeah, it should be done. Anyway, 97. When was the last time you facepalmed? I don't know this. Okay, I just can imagine what does it mean. I don't know this expression. Let's check Urban Dictionary. Facepalm. The act of dropping one's face, forehead into one's hands, usually. This is third meaning, facepalm, the act of slapping your forehead with the palm of your head. Anyway. Fuck it. I don't know. 98. If you were given $5 million to open a small museum, what kind of museum would you create? I would create. There's a few of this kind of museum which we could create, but I would love to create a museum of outsider artists, but outsider artists in quotation marks, with quotation marks, because there are this kind of so-called amateur artists which are better than so-called mainstream artists, and so I would love to show people which are making maybe museum of so-called amateurs which are better than mainstream not amateurs in some fields. So it would be like anarchistic museum which is showing that everyone can do something, but usually this kind of people are not visible in a public sphere, because it's like taboo to say that someone is an outsider but he's making some better things than so-called professionals. So this kind of stuff, museum for outsiders and individuals which are making by themselves something which is better than what company is doing, for example. So yeah. Which of your vices or bad habits would be the hardest to give up? I don't have bad habits. Which of your vices or bad habits would be the hardest to give up? Okay, I am a loner. I am extreme loner. I love to be alone, and I'm extreme. No, I'm not an introvert. Let's say I'm an introvert, but not an extreme introvert. But anyway, I like to be alone, and it's a habit, and it's not very healthy for many reasons. Probably, but I love to be alone. So it would be very difficult to give up this one, and I will probably not give up this one because I think it's in many ways beneficial as well, so for my mental health. So I'm just misanthropic loner. What really 100? Question 100. What really needs to be modernized? Medicine, the way we are traveling, energy system, because of global warming, everything, and social structure, but as well this conviction. We should give up this conviction that work, any kind of work, is a value. No, the most valuable thing in your life is freedom and your free time, and this should be on the first place. Work can happen, but it shouldn't be it shouldn't be like that everyone has to have to work, like have a job which they hate and they just want to kill themselves. That it should be attitude to this kind of stuff. It's basically capitalism and so-called neoliberalism or something like that, but it's toxic. So we should modernize our thinking about work for sure. 101. When was the last time you slept more than 9 hours? I'm sleeping a lot, but probably never as long as 9 hours. So I don't remember. 102. How comfortable are you speaking in front of large groups of people? I am not comfortable at all, but with time I have learned some skills to manage my anxiety, and it's easier with time, because with time you realize that nobody gives a fuck about you, so it doesn't matter. So when you've got 14-15 years, you think that everybody care like your parents, but nobody cares, so it doesn't matter basically. So it's easier. There is a really few people which are listening carefully what you are saying, so just, and all people are fucked up equally, so just it doesn't matter what you say. So you can speak in front of a large group of people and it doesn't matter. Of course I know that, but I'm stressed when I'm speaking in front of a large group of people, so I'm avoiding people on purpose, so you know, but I think that with age it's easier and easier. 103. What's your worst example of procrastination? I just have some documents to fill, and it's like serious documents, and I just don't want to do it, and I'm procrastinating now few days. Yeah. So this is the worst example because it's quite simple in essence, but I'm not doing it. So, who has zero filter between the brain and mouth? Oh, I don't have this filter. Recently, I was working. I was in my job. I was serving coffees, and someone told me that okay, these nurses were ordering smoothies, and they told me that Biden won, and I knew that before because I was reading it online because I was interested in these elections. I was very happy that we share the opinion that Trump is that it's great news that Trump is losing, and I just told her, yeah, just beep, fuck Trump, and I shouldn't say that probably because I was in my job and so on, but I told it, yeah, loudly. So I expressed my political opinion in job where I should be very neutral. Let's say I shouldn't have any political opinion. I shouldn't express probably. Anyway, so I don't have this filter. I'm talking a lot sometimes, and I just I'm not a thinker. I'm not a deep thinker, so I'm just sometimes I don't think too much about some subject, and I'm saying something about it, and so on and so on. So most of the people which I know have this filter adjusted more, you know. People are usually more careful. 105. What was your most recent lie? Most recent lie. Who cares? I'm not lying. This is my most recent lie. 106. When was the last time you immediately regretted something you said? Yeah, I just said what I said recently about elections. I shouldn't tell anything aloud about this kind of stuff in my job. Probably it's not like I think that I really shouldn't, but I know that I shouldn't. Let's say. 100 would be the best thing you could reasonably expect to find in a cave. The best thing you could reasonably expect to find in a cave. It would be great to find some skull of a species of humanoid which nobody knew that exists. Like we've got we had Neanderthals, Denisovans. There was so there was some hominids which were before humans. Just killed the rest. What would be the best thing you could reasonably... Okay, 108. What did you think was going to be amazing but turned out to be horrible? A lot of friendships look like that. Relationships. 109. What bit of trivia do you know that is very interesting but also very useless? Trivia. Another new word. Trivia about art? I don't know, just art is mostly considered as useless for many people. I just said that I know what is the purpose of art for me, and maybe I even claim that there is a evolutionary purpose in some snapshot of the mind. Anyway, but a lot of knowledge about art is basically useless on everyday basis. So I just know some shit about art, and nobody cares about it, and shouldn't. I think, because I don't think that knowledge about history of art is so important. Of course, it's not deep knowledge, but I just know some shit. For example, I remember some some artworks very well, and it doesn't matter. Trivias. Trivia. I'm not answering precisely. Never mind. 110. What's the silliest thing you've seen someone get upset about? Girls which are upset about their look. It's ridiculous very often. But the silliest. Kids are usually upset about some silliest thing. 111. What animal or plant do you think should be renamed? Okay. I would create a name for every item on this fucking world which I hate. Just because I've got pure memory. That's why I'm creative. That's because I don't have any other so developed skills. So I would create everything anew because I can't grasp the sense and I can't understand what is going on around. So in the same manner, in the same way, I would create a name of every object on this fucking world. Okay, it's a last question today, and another day I will answer more of them. Okay, see you next time. It was Snapshot of the Mind, 15th of November 2020. Take care, people. Hi everyone, it's me. Look, I will be annoying again. So it's another episode of Snapshot of the Mind. Just give me 1 second, I will check how it looks like. Okay. It can be like that, I think. It's so crazy. I had an exhibition in London. Anyway, just we'll be exploring the website which I started exploring some time ago, conversationstartersworld.com, and there is I answered 202 philosophical questions, 70 questions from 350 good questions to ask. But these basic questions, which are not too deep, I didn't like them, so let's try. There is a category thought-provoking, so there is a part 202 philosophical question and deep conversation topics. Let's go with this one. Probably I've been here before. I was on this part on this site, but anyway, I just have some time to kill. I will drink some tea, and I will answer another bunch of questions. Anyway, 1 second. So I'll just prepare myself a little bit. I'll close some tabs to make my life more easy. Easy. Okay, anyway. So, I'm starting, you can go away. Hello, fuck you. No, I know that you are watching it later. Some of you. But anyway, I'm making these videos for myself, so you can do whatever you want. Wow, personal questions. First question. I just said wow for first question. Where is your life headed? Where am going? So I'm trying. All my life I've got one vision in my head. It's very simple vision, but it's very difficult to make it happen. There is a huge space. It's a art studio, huge windows, and this space is only for me. And I'm making art there. And this is my life goal, to spend my life in this kind of place, making art. This is my only goal. The rest is the rest is randomness of everyday life. Of course, I've got different goals and interests, like philosophy, like studying consciousness in general, like thinking about AI and this kind of stuff. But I want to make art. That's the main. Making art. It's a definition of fun for me. So, where is your life headed? My life is headed in this direction, to make this picture from my mind real. There are some ways to make it real now, but for a short period of time. So I need to work more to make it like more stable situation. So, and in a way it's my life already, but I can make it in a mini version. But anyway, most of my time I'm spending working. So, and it's not my dream job. Even if I'm making commercial commissions, I'm not making what I would love to do in my life. So the studio is one thing, but being able to do precisely what I want, it's second. It's the most important one, but those are the circumstances. This one picture is an illustration for this one. Second one, how do you think you will die? Okay, maybe I was in this part of this website. Anyway, I'm answering the same questions few times to just play again with the same topic, and to make it more clear what I'm thinking about some things. So, how do you think you will die? I think I will die of cancer or heart disease or because of dementia. Yeah, this is probably my future, because probably I've got this in my genes. Of course, it's not very clear that only genes are responsible for that, so I'm making everything to avoid situations which are making it more probable that I will die that way. But anyway, so cancer, heart disease, dementia, it can happen, and I am prepared for that. Anyway, and there's many other random circumstances in which I can die. Just some car can hit me on the street when I'm on my bicycle. 3. What are the highest and lowest points of your life? Highest points. What I don't really know what it means to be on highest. I feel in the highest when I am meditating, for example. This is a bliss which is like high. The lowest points of my life were okay. The lowest points of life are when some people are deciding about you. Those are the lowest points of life, of personal life, always. So the biggest, the most valuable thing in life for me is freedom. So when people are deciding about my life, it's the lowest point. I hate when some other people are trying to influence my decisions. It was always like that since I was a kid. I was fighting for my rights with my parents, in my school, everywhere. Anyway, what is holding you back from being the person you want to be? The simple answer is I am the person which I wanted to be, but the one limit is our money, because of many reasons. Anyway, I'm always saying what I want to say. I'm always doing what I want to do. So money is a way to make it, let's say, like everything is accelerated by money. Everything is like bigger, stronger, and so on. You can make it. It's because the way you are thinking is always the same, but if you've got other tools, you can just. I just wanted to use some word which I forgot. Not accelerate, but accelerate as well, but make it in more intense way. So money are saving time, for example. So if I could spend this time which I've spent in my work recently, in this year, for example, I would make twice as many drawings as I made this year, and in this year I made hundreds of drawings. So it would be even more, or it would be just like on canvases or something like that. So it would be made in a better way. I'm just checking if it's still recording. Anyway, what is holding you back from being the person you want to be? The other thing which is holding you back from being the person you want to be is those are other people usually. So because I am a loner, I'm almost constantly in the solitude. I'm like a monk, so no one is holding me back. I'm not acting, I'm not pretending, I'm always making decisions which are honest with myself, so people are not holding me back, economy is holding me back. 5. How have your strengths helped you to succeed? How have your faults hindered you? I don't know if I am pronouncing it correctly. Anyway, how have your strengths helped you to succeed? I've got stamina, I am focused, I've got passion, these things, and I don't care what other people are thinking about me, so these things are helping me to achieve my goals. But I've got, of course, many bad traits, like I've got anxiety, which is holding me back with many things, and it's when you've got anxiety, it's influencing your life in a very bad way. So I'm trying to be more like I don't care about anything, but I care. So I'm not a psychopath, simply. So anxiety. So I'm working with that all the time. So when I started meditate something like 10 years ago, and it's influenced me in a huge way. So and it's about anxiety as well. That I've become more self-confident. But anyway, it's still there, so I'm still working with that. 6. What are your biggest goals for your life? What progress have you made in attaining them? Still the same. I will repeat it. To make a living making art, and to understand better brain and consciousness. Those are my goals. Other normal goals, I don't believe that they are realistic. So this is more realistic in my view than leading so-called normal life. I don't want normal life. So I mean, some aspects of normal life are nice, but not. But anyway, I'm too strange to lead a normal life. 7. Who are you really? Who is behind the mask that you show to the rest of the world? That's stupid one. this is a stupid question, because I really don't think that there is something like true person, because we are like our goals, and this is determining our actions. Of course, you can say that we are born in some way, but it's like you've got some tool, but you have a choice of how you will use this tool, and this way of using this tool is describing what for is this tool for a person, like. So there is no such thing as true you. It's just you are choosing how you are, what are you doing in your life, and so on. So yeah, because I think freedom is a priority, so just do whatever you want, and it doesn't matter what true self means, and so on. There are people which are saying that meditation is uncovering true self, but it's simply, in my opinion, calming you down and showing you that you've got some resources of stillness and resources for feeling bliss and to be relaxed and to be focused and so on, and to have a clear mind. But it's not true self. I would never use this term, like because I think that people don't know themselves, and people don't know other people. Even it's more difficult to know other people. So basically, I just think that people are quite stupid, and they don't really understand themselves and other people. So if you are saying that you discovered your true self, I think you don't understand what you are saying precisely, because when it comes to this kind of stuff, there's so many beliefs which we've got, and we are thinking that we are discovering something because we believe that something is true, but it's only we discover some aspects of reality which are fitting which are in like sustain our beliefs. So I think that this efforts to know yourself is the more, of course, you can know yourself a little bit better by living and having some experiences, but you are not uncovering everything. You don't know what is the spectrum of possible states of your mind and of your emotions, because everyday life situations are not uncovering this. So yeah. Anyway, 8. How would you react if there was irrefutable proof that God doesn't exist? How about if there was irrefutable proof that God does exist? I am not into fairy tales. I don't think that considering scenarios where fairy tales are true is a is a really interesting intellectual effort. It doesn't matter. Like Stanisław Lem once said, I don't believe because of ethical reasons, because if God would exist, how I would have to blame him for making words so fucked up. So he said something like that. I'm not. It's not a precise quote. So life and world are fucked up in general, but it's in my opinion something like random event. So I've got naturalist point of view. So I would not change my opinion if there would be proof there that there is a God. So even if there is a God, I still think that world is fucked up. And if there would be someone, I would have to blame this entity. And I would not say that this entity is the wisest we can imagine. Yeah. So. Okay, so these were personal questions. Now, human nature questions category. Are humans better at creation of or destruction? Destruction is always easier. It's easy to destroy. Creation, especially creation of complex machines or something like that, it's more difficult. Even if you think about like compare nuclear power plant with nuclear bomb. So conceptually, let's say nuclear bomb is trivial. Nuclear power plant is much more difficult. So it's almost like a law that it's more difficult to make order than disorder, because because of second law of thermodynamics, of course, and so on. What are the best and worst parts of human nature? I don't think that, as I said, like there is no true self, because everything is like in a domain of language and of knowledge, and this stuff are made up by humans. So even if I express my feelings, I'm expressing it in templates, in some conventional way. So it's not truly expressing my feelings, and these feelings are constructed in a way as well. So I don't think that we can say that there is a true nature, a true human nature. So this question doesn't make sense for me. Of course, you would expect that it's better to cooperate, to be nice to people, and that everyone should be kind for each other, and so on. And this pink stuff, I like it. But I can say that just it's nice to see that people are making nice things, but you can always say that it's not universal value, let's say. So if we can confront this making this kindness with truthfulness, and then everything is starting to be complex, because if you want to be truthful, you don't always it's not easy to be kind then, and so on and so on. Anyway, those are just some shitty improvisations about topic. 4. What makes people believe absurd conspiracy theories? What makes people believe absurd conspiracy theories? Just, for example, huge inequality in worlds. This kind of stuff. Yeah. In maybe like with coronavirus, it seems almost impossible that this kind of event have a place. So maybe that's why. 5. What's something terrifying that we've all come to accept as a fact of life? For me, it's terrifying that everyone accepted as fact of life that we need to work so hard. So it's really terrifying for me. What's there? Okay, there was some sound. I don't know what's going on. Let's maybe check it. Okay. And there are this kind of political issues, socio-economical issues that we are accepting, that's empathy doesn't matter, for example. This kind of things. 6. If you had to sum up the whole human species in 3 words, what would those words be? Fucking, fucking up, and and fucking off. Fucking. And there are these 4 F's, this concept of feeding, fighting, wooding. I don't remember these words, but basic human needs. So fucking, eating, and fighting. Something simple like that. Human species in 3 words. I don't know, I think that's one of the important aspects of human nature is curiosity, for example. But it's not the basic one. So I don't know if it would fit there. So okay, it's too difficult to sum up the whole species in 3 words, really, especially humans, which doesn't have nature, in my opinion. 7. What is the best way to explore human nature? Psychology, philosophy, or biology? I would say that psychology is misleading because of these things which I said. So I think that biology mixed with philosophy, because there is no such thing as pure biology, let's say, to make sense of what we know about species or organisms. we need to interpret it in some way, so it's a philosophy. But philosophy has a broader picture, it's constructing broader picture, it's constructing broader philosophies than psychology. Psychology is simply it's like psychology is it's like inner world of the human beings without Skinnerian approach. That's we need this more objective point of view, and we know that psychology is not very objective because 40% of experiments which were made in psychology field were not replicated, so almost half of this is bullshit. So we are not good at introspection, let's say. So it's better to leave it in this more general terms, let's say. I would say, yeah, and to explore human nature. Okay, what's the best way to explore human nature? Of course, we can't exclude any way of thinking about humans, because every of these activities, psychology, philosophy, or biology, this exploration will continue. We'll be discovering new facts about ourselves, but biology is the most objective, I think. Yeah. 8. Is human nature constant, or is it molded by culture? Can human nature be completely changed by culture or society? I think that culture has huge role to play. So, of course, these differences are not so deep as we could think, because of course biology is on the first place, but the way you are interpreting this biology stuff, I had this kind of experiences of changing culture. Like I was in America, I am now in London, and I am from Poland, and these differences are quite amazing. And it's about not only culture, but simply economy. So you've got totally different approach to life if you have this possibility of development. If you don't have this, you are more like rooted in biology. Your actions are more rooted in biology, I think. Yeah. 9. Is what we perceive reality or just a construct of our minds? Is what we perceive reality or just a construct of our mind? Can our minds correctly interpret reality, or is reality subjective? We are like in a collective subjective dream, I think, just as a humanity, because we've got this human, like they say, Umwelt. We are experiencing world in a one way, only known for us, and we are ignoring many aspects of reality which we can't explore. Like dogs, for example, can smell so much more than us, and for them it can be like universe of meanings and so on, and we don't have access to this kind of experience, sensations, so we are excluding this kind of descriptions from our models, and that's why, yeah, so we are like delusioned. Of course, we are trying to find a ways to make our views more objective and to make models more truthful. So anyway, we can know that we are ignoring some aspects of reality, but anyway, in the everyday basis, we will be doing it because it doesn't matter for us, but it's truly matter from some point of views. Like scientists, the main thing with science is that we are trying to avoid this falsehoods which our senses are bringing to our experience. So and experiments, mathematics, and physical theories are the way to avoid this subjectivity. So it's a construct. We perceive reality as a false construct, and reality can be very different. And there are these theories that we are even more wrong than we think we are, and yeah, that's like, okay, the crazy ideas now in the science world. But anyway, it's not time for that. Then, is tribalism and people separating themselves into us and them groups a learned or genetic trait? Can it be overcome? If so, how? I think I could answer these questions probably, because they are very similar to the questions which I answered some time ago in Snapshot of the Mind. So yeah, tribalism is probably in our genes. It's difficult to overcome this. Okay, so I will avoid these questions about tribalism. If pressing a button means you... Okay, fine. Society... okay, I just... okay, I decided to not answer 3 another questions, so there is a society, culture and world category. What is a miracle that happens every day? That you are fucking know that it's happening. That's the miracle. How can an organism know that it's an organism and that it's experiencing? That's quite amazing. And generally, how is it that there is something rather than nothing, and so on? Everything is a miracle. What is the purpose of art in society? Okay, I was here. Okay, I'll be answering some random questions which I like, which I think I didn't answer before. Art is a freedom of mind, simply. It's a game without rules, and it's a completely virtual thing, so you can do whatever you want, and yeah, so it's like playground art in general. Okay, 3. What would a perfect city be like? Okay, no, I don't care. How important is freedom of the press to a healthy society? Freedom for Julian Assange. Freedom for Julian Assange. This is my opinion. It's very important. Just freedom of press is simply truth. It's truth which is showing up to society. If we don't care about truth, we are a dictatorship, simply. In a dictatorship. If there is no truth, there is a dictatorship. If there is truth, it's a, let's say, democracy. What would be different if 9/11 terrorist attack never occurred? We would have this illusion that we are not polarized. But when it comes to some aspects of functioning of societies and nations, we are polarized. So, should governments make laws to protect people from hurting themselves? I'm like more in the. I think that people can't hurt other people mainly, but with their own bodies they can do whatever they want. This is my opinion. What is the most uplifting thing happening in the world? Because let's come back to this question. Should governments make law to protect people from hurting themselves? So, should governments influence religious practices? If some religious practices are causing that people are not into science in general, so they are not taking vaccines, they are not using condoms, they are spreading HIV and so on. I think that's because of lack of truth in religion. Religion is harmful in general, but I would never say that we can just make a bill and create a law that religion is forbidden. I don't agree with that, but lying in public sphere can be very harmful. So, but anyway, I'm not into situation when we are just. I am an anarchist. I thought it's. I said it a few times. Nobody should tell you what you should do. Just you can do with yourself whatever you want. What is in your life? What is the most uplifting thing happening in the world right now? What is the most tragic thing? Tragic thing is religions. Religion is tragic in general. Of course, it's tragic, yeah, in the context of this kind of like situation like coronavirus. uplifting thing happening in the world. It's a technological development, but in the same way we've got global warming, and nobody cares about it, and the whole species which are dying, so it's quite dramatic in my point of view. That biosphere is influenced by humans so dramatically. Anyway, can people with vastly different cultural backgrounds live together peacefully? How? How can people with vastly different cultural backgrounds live together peacefully? Just don't try to influence other people. That's the very simple prescription. Just algorithm. How to make peaceful world. Just don't care about other people. Okay? Just don't do it. What does honor mean to you? How important is it to you? Does your culture value honor? What exemplifies honor in your culture? I don't give a fuck. Well, I don't know what it is honor. How important are morals in a healthy society? What are the most important morals for citizens to have? Freedom is the most important value, as I said, for me. And not harming and not causing suffering, like in Buddhism. No suffering. Say no to suffering. And that's all. Anyway, those are okay. 11. In the distant past, a person's life was very similar to their grandparents and grandchildren's lives. How has the rapid pace of technological advancement changed society? It's a very different world. Come on. Can I just avoid to explain that? We are in new age. In new age. This is global network is changing everything deeply, and we can't say what does it mean precisely, because it's not simple to know that at this point, because this experiment lasts for like 30 years or a little bit longer, 40 maybe, and it's too eerie. I think. Do people have an obligation to help others, or should people be responsible for helping themselves? If you are seeing that people are suffering and you are doing nothing, in my opinion, you are causing this suffering in a way. If you've got tools to help some people, just do it. And it's your not duty, but I would blame you if you did nothing. Just what are the most important factors in maintaining a well-functioning society? What does it mean for a society to function well? Suffering and freedom. Reduce suffering, extend freedom. That's all. That's simple rules of mine. Should the government be involved in making laws to regulate moral behavior? No, I don't think that a stick and punishment are the tools to make people behave better. Just those are not methods. Those are some primitive, just primitive ideas about how we should deal with other people. With the invention of the internet and the advent of big data and crowdsourcing, it's finally possible for citizens to govern themselves directly. Is it a good idea for the masses to directly govern themselves, or is governance something better left to professional? Is it a good idea for the masses to directly govern themselves, or is governance something better left to professional politicians? I don't think that government is necessary. Simply, people should govern themselves, and I believe that meritocracy, something like that, some form of meritocracy maybe. So if you are a scientist, you should decide about science. If you are just artists, you should decide about arts, not that politicians are making, because there is no such people which know everything and that which are smarter than everyone in every field. I just don't believe in authority, I don't believe in geniuses, I don't believe in better people, I don't believe in politicians, I don't believe in saint people. There is no such entities. Those are myths of our cultures. Okay, so it was a few questions. I've got full cup of tea still, but I will not answer more questions because I am like impatient and I don't want to answer these questions which are so complex. Jesus. Okay, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to show up in the internet again. Bye.